Hi. Commercials I hate. Hello. Okay, let's try it. All right. The microphone appears to be working. The closed captions appear to be working too, also. And that's a good thing.
Hello.
Hello. All right. We'll be right there. Alrighty, welcome. Happy whatever day of the week it is, Thursday. Happy Thursday. We're trying something else today. Not trying something new. I bumped. I had good results with the stream on Tuesday in terms of like the encoder holding up. So I bumped the settings a little bit. I everything was like doing really well on Tuesday. So I bumped the settings a little bit. So if we have issues today with hardware issues, I'm going to drop those back down. But we're doing, I bumped the resolution a little bit today, and I bumped the frames per second back up. So we're back up to like normal stream resolution today. The resolution the stream has been in for several years now. So hopefully that holds up. I'm looking at my GPU. I've still got that popped open. The GPU is at 50%, or the encoder is at 50% instead of the like 30% it was at on Tuesday. So going wood. Here's hoping. Anyway, that's a lot of information. Let's scroll up and say hello. This Thursday, May 1st in 2025. Shano, welcome in. Sofluff, hello. Good day. Good day. Trinderella, hello. Welcome. Welcome. Cyborg, hello. Cyborg, you're so close to 200 check-ins. Sida, welcome. Happy Thursday. October Camille, welcome. Hello. Hi indeed. Yeah, fingers crossed, so fluff. That is accurate. Darlene on YouTube, welcome. How am I doing? I'm great. I'm very good actually today. Not actually. I'm very good. Today was today's been a very slow day so far. Like an extremely slow day. Like I was up late last night, so I took Calvin to school this morning and then came home and went back to sleep for 2 hours. This is perfect. And now we're gonna do a little bit of trip prep today. I'm gonna do a little bit of I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee. So I remember to pack hops. You know, it's really funny. Calvin is named after Calvin and Hobbes, the comic, and yet he does not have a like stuffed tiger toy. Just doesn't have one. Yeah, that's actually what he's named after. It is indeed. It is a comic that I read growing up, and yeah, I read it growing up. Like I think most folks are. I think like a lot of folks in their, mid 30s and above read Calvin and Hobbes as children. It's travesty and criminal that he doesn't have the toy. No, I agree, and it's funny. I like for a long time, I kind of I thought about it and worried about it, and then it just has like literally never gotten, like I've never had one. He does have a very large number of stuffed animals. We call them friends. He has a large number of friends. I would say somewhere between 70 and 100 that live on his bed at any given moment. On the bed, under the bed, next to the bed, around the bed. Some of them go to school. But it's no like official tiger toy. I'm significant. It's true. You are significant. We are all significant, and yet none of us matter. Existential. We're getting really existential 13 minutes after going live. He's going to run out of sleeping space. So, you know what Calvin does? Why did I just lean over like that? That was really weird. I just like tipped over. When Calvin gets into bed, he basically clears like a nook in his friends and like lays in the middle of the nook. It's kind of funny. Calvin was existential, correct? Yeah, the comic strip was very not like ahead of its time. It was like of its time, and definitely a formative experience for me to read that. Yeah, blankets, stuffies. Yeah, we've got all of it. All of the things that you can have are on the bed. I don't mind. It's kind of nice. I feel like kids these days have stuffed animals for longer. Like I feel like it's not a thing anymore where kids sort of, I don't know, make fun of each other for having like stuffed animals, It doesn't, he still, I don't know, maybe it'll come soon, but every once in a while he'll still like take a stuffed animal to school. And I've asked before, has like anyone ever said anything to you about it? Does anybody like, make fun of you for having a stuffed animal? And he's like, no. I'm like, okay. Sammy Keen, welcome in. Hate having to change the sheets. Yeah. He gets mad when his bed gets adjusted, when someone like touches the bed and makes it, and he has to like rearrange the nest of stuffed animals that bed contains. It is pretty funny. Oh my God. Bellows, welcome. Welcome in. Okay. Today, let's talk through what we're going to do today. I heard something about a teddy bear. Well, we're talking about stuffed animals, fellas. What's your favorite stuffed animal? Do you have a stuffed animal? Do you have a favorite stuffed animal? This is weird. There's a fly on the camera. I don't like it. It's like it landed on the camera. Look, what are you doing? Oh, it's the season for flies. It's hot and humid, and now we're getting flies and ants. Tis the season for flies and ants. Chandrella says the twins are in 5th grade and the kids all show each other their selfies. It's cute. It is. And I think that that's better than my experience of having like things that were comfort objects for me as a child that I then felt very self-conscious about having. We can also talk about how I was made to be self-conscious about having them through the way that my parents interacted with me. But we're not going to talk about that today because we're going to leave the trauma to bi-weekly therapy. We're going to leave it above board today. Robbie, welcome. Good to see you. I've not watched Mythical Kitchen Toys. That sounds fun though. I do love the fact that these two like comic book characters are named after thinkers and philosophers. I think that it's really funny. Fun fact, I've also been to Chagrin Falls. Not once, but twice in my life. Chagrin Falls is where Bill Watterson lived his whole life. And a lot of many of the scenes, a lot of the buildings, some of the buildings that are in like Calvin's Fantasies in the comic strip are based off of buildings in Chagrin Falls. So when you go to the town and you're like, oh, that's the candy shop that was in that comic strip. It's right there. It looks exactly the same. The Goodnight Moon Rabbit toys. Nice. I can recite Goodnight Moon off the top without a book in front of me. Simican, you still have your birth bear. Me too. Somewhere. It's somewhere in a box. It's actually, I say somewhere as if I don't know exactly where it is. It's in a box. Yeah. Fellas, now they're just more display pieces. That's cute too. I love that. One selfie left from childhood so far. A chubby koala. Nice. I had a very small teddy bear and I had a little, a dog, like a little, like floppy-eared dog. Benny the bunny. Yeah. I love the childhood names. My childhood stuffed animal was named Barry and it was a stuffed bear. And it did not take very much creativity to come up with that name. Cyborg still sleep with my childhood stuffed bunny. Amazing. I love that. And I think that adults should be allowed to have comfort objects without feeling any sort of like scorn over it or any sort of like shame, I guess. I feel like I feel like previous generations or the time that we're in now, like it's sort of okay to have a comfort object. And now, but before I just remember going camping with like my scout troop and being like, and feeling very self-conscious about having a comfort object with me. And I also remember that wasn't just like me, that was sort of everybody felt that way. And it was like, oh, you're weird if you have a comfort object. And I'm like, no, you're not. Just, I don't know. It just exists. Who gives a shit if you have a stuffed animal and it makes you sleep better? Who gives a shit? Brella says, personally, I don't care if an adult needs some kind of security object, blanket, teddy bear. Maybe helps them get through the day or the night or something, as long as it's not hurting anyone. Exactly. It's not hurting anyone. If it helps, if it literally helps you get to sleep, like some people like smoke weed to go to sleep or take, a fistful of melatonin or whatever. Like if the thing that helps you be comfortable in the evening or whenever is like a literal object, that seems fine. Hazel, Cyborg. Oh God, Watership Down. Oh God. Toys nailed it. Yeah, those. Yeah, exactly. Just better. It's better. I'm glad that I'm glad that we've like moved along as a society now, where children are just allowed to have their stuffed animals until they are not wanting them of their own volition. I smoke weed and cuddle my bunny. I smoke weed and binge watch YouTube. But that's a different problem. Excessive pillows, Twinderella. That I feel that. I don't have a comfort object personally. I have a pillow that I use. I have like a pillow that is my sort of the one that is comfortable. But I do my comfort routine is more of a like 10-minute stretching regimen before I go to bed. Camille says, I'm 36 with a large stuffed animal collection for comfort during panic attacks. And you used the word embarrassing, but I want you to know that that is totally normal and totally fine. I understand. 36, you're right in the age where someone probably was like, yeah, you have a stuffed animal. Caleb, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I love this hat. This is the 90s the 90s pattern hat. Velas, exactly. The teasing. That's why I worry. Calvin brings stuffed animals to school regularly, and it's fine. You know, they just had statewide testing this week, and they have a long period of time after the test ends that they're just sort of like on their own to do things. And he brought like a pillow and a stuffed animal to like rest at the end. And I was like, are you okay? Like, is this cool? Are you know, I'm like projecting my own childhood experience on him. You know, I'm like, is it okay to bring the cat to school? And he's like, yeah, of course it is. Forced to leave my blanket at home, so fluff. Yeah. I just remember, I remember my mom being like, are you really going to take that with you camping? And I was like, yeah, why shouldn't I? And that was the beginning of it. Have my favorite fuzzy blanket. Yeah, totally. I have a pillow that I sleep with that is like the pillow. I take it camping, I sleep with it at home. But it's like a thin pillow, so I have two, so I can like sleep sort of like one arm under the main pillow, one arm under the thin pillow, and I've got like pillows sandwiched in between everything. That's the way. This is the way. Twindrella says my pregnancy pillow is the best thing I ever got in my entire life. And that's it. I need another one. You do not have to be pregnant to use a pregnancy pillow. They will work even if you are not pregnant. I having never used one, I believe that. I have a strong conviction that they still work even if you're not pregnant. Toy says I have an embarrassingly large collection of Valium for panic attacks. To each their own. Velas, yeah, it was different. It was different. I remember I had a blanket when I was a kid, like a little like a blankie, and I was like terrified when I took it on a couple trips when I was a kid with other like kids my own age, and I was terrified that they would find out that I had it. I remember being afraid, like literally afraid that they would find out that I had like a blankie. Oh no. Hello. You know? And now I'm like, fuck, who cares? Calvin doesn't care, which is amazing, and I love that. And I love that he does not have that sense of trepidation. Don't need it for security. Totally. Yeah, it's an assistant, not a need. Still use it for years. Yeah, that feels like a just get another one. Let's get another one. Boris, welcome. Hello. The pregnancy angle doesn't work. You know, dudes can still use the pillow too. It just, you know. I'm just imagining like some guy with like a big beer gut using a pregnancy pillow and being like, this is the life. I feel like that's a different marketing angle they haven't explored. Megan, welcome. Not in Getty, welcome. Good to have you. What are we doing today? Well, one, what I'm doing right now, hold on. Let's do something here. What I'm trying to do in this moment is tax my computer as much as possible. So we're gonna like let the three cameras go at the same time, and I'm gonna take a look and see what's happening with my encoder, as we have all three cameras on. So if you will pardon me the indulgence of having nothing truly interesting on this camera for a little while, I just want to make sure before we get to the part of stream where I'm using all three cameras, I want to see how my encoder looks. Had a 2% spike when I turned that camera on, so my spidey sense was like, we're gonna crash. I don't think we are. I don't know. We'll see. But again, I said this right at the top of stream. I changed my encoder settings, so we're broadcasting in 1080p at 60 frames per second now. The other day on Tuesday, I was at 864p at 30 frames per second, and the encoder was like, love that one. But I think I could push it today. So we're seeing. We're trying it. Anyway, that's why we're gonna have this camera on for a bit, because this is the most intense processing that the stream has to do. All three cameras. Jordy, welcome in. What time is it for me? It is 12:26 p.m. on Tuesday, May 1st, 2025, in the year of our Lord. It's the same time it is in Toronto. Bella says, men do sleep with stuffed animals, and it's more common than some people might think. The Build-A-Bear Workshop, the authority on stuffies. Absolutely. About 40% of adults sleep with a stuffed animal or blanket from childhood. Another survey from YouGov revealed that 23% of adults regularly sleep with a stuffed animal. That number is a lot higher than I thought it would be, which is great, and I kind of love that. You sound tired. I am. I am. But that's not because it's later in the day for me. It's because yesterday it was later in the day when I went to bed. Do your cameras render in like 240p? Yeah, this one and this one are in 720. So like this view right here, this camera is in 720. This camera also in 720. This camera is in 1080. So the main camera is set higher. But I don't generally main cam either of these. And when I do, it's like, it's still 720. I mean, like, good Lord. Could you drop them when they're not the focal point? I could drop them out of the, I could deactivate them when they're not on, but I've had trouble doing that because of the way that they run through. So a bit in the weeds toys, but they're all Elgato cameras. These two are face cams, Elgato face cams. This one is a Face Cam Pro. They run through the Elgato camera hub, and when I deactivate them in OBS, it like makes them weird when I turn them back on. Sometimes they just don't come back on. So I've tried to do that, and it creates a lot more issues. I don't know if I could drop the resolution when they're not in the frame. I actually don't know if that's possible. Velos, I believe the Build-A-Bear Workshop. I would believe that. I mean, they also probably are talking. I'm wondering where they got their sample. I'm wondering where they got their sample size, because if it was just people coming through the Build-A-Bear Workshop, I'm not going to lie, the numbers are probably going to be higher for those folks. I don't know. But yeah, I was up very, very late last night. It was a long night, and I dropped Calvin off at school this morning, and then I went back to bed for a little bit, and now I got up again, and I'm still sort of like, I don't know, still sort of getting there. I'm still waking up today. I'm having a cup of coffee, so we're working on it. Let's talk about what we're doing on stream. Speaking of working on it, Today is a trip prep day. I am taking Calvin and a couple of his friends and their parents camping. We're going to the normal spots. These are the same friends that we've been camping with several times, so it's not really like a, this is a normal camping weekend. It's just that there's more people there, and so we're prepping like more food than normal. Anyway, what we're actually prepping today. So let me kind of share the menu, and then we'll talk about what we're actually doing towards the menu. Toys, a blanket from childhood. I use it for practical reasons. It's a blanket and functions as a blanket. Yes, yeah, and if it works for that purpose, and two, it's sort of like this is a comfort object, like fucking use it, keep using it. Totally. Fellas, I want to set up my new tent. It keeps raining. Fellas, I still feel bad about outing you for your canvas tent. I'm so sorry. You can't tell me anything. There is actually a very small chance, because I've been to this campground before. I'm going to bring my stuff with me, but one, there's like other people's children, so like that's a hard stop. Two, there's other adults there, and my experience with having the other adults in this camping environment is sometimes they're like cool to hang out, and sometimes they're like, yeah, let's hang out by the fire, and chill for an hour or two. And sometimes they're like, I'm super tired, I'm gonna go to bed, because they're like responsible and well-adjusted adults and don't just like force themselves to stay up and socialize, which is fine and normal. So I'm bringing this stuff with me because I just want to be able to turn it on and see if it works there, because I also have designs on doing campsite cooking. I'd like to do a camp out stream with y'all and do like, set the campsite up, go on a hike, come back and cook dinner, like have a campfire. I'd like to do like a whole like a camping day on stream. And the place that we're going is, I think, the campground that I can do that at. So I'm bringing this stuff, I'm going to turn it on. Whether or not I go live in any capacity is TBD. If I do go live, it will not be on this channel though, because there's no plan. There's it would not be a formal stream. If we do go live, it would be on the channel that I just put in chat, which is not the backup channel. It's like just an alt channel that I have that I use for testing, and like, it's just like, it's a channel that I can go live on that I do not care about the decorum or anything that actually happens on that channel. That's the no promises channel. No promises, but I might be live just to test things channel. Toys, we did not really get crazy winds out there. I heard about the power outages though in Western PA. That is intense, and not like camping intense. I hope things are still okay for you. We did not get any of that earlier in the week. It was just like pleasant. Has been pleasant. It's hot. It's hot as hell right now in Philly. Menu this weekend. But back to the camping thing. I am planning on doing a camping trip stream. That stream is probably going to be on a Thursday, because campsites are booked, like super booked. and it's difficult to get a reservation somewhere. So it's difficult to get a reservation somewhere on a weekend. So Thursday's like a normal stream day for me anyway. So I'm probably going to do like a Wednesday, like a Wednesday, Thursday night reservation, get there on Wednesday, like late afternoon, set things up, and then Thursday, like start stream in the morning, go for a hike, and then do like campsite cooking in the afternoon. That would be the goal. And so that would be basically like a Wednesday stream from like 11 or noon until like 10 or 11 p.m. A long one. You could book sites on Wednesday and Thursday nights though. Very easily available. Like very available. So this weekend we are camping now. Toys, I'm glad you were fine. That is good to hear. Okay. This weekend though, we are doing a real basic menu. Excuse me. Things that are easy to compile, easy to serve, easy to prep, easy to serve at a campsite. What are we eating? Let me tell you. 2 breakfasts. One is oatmeal. One of Calvin's friends was like, "You make really good oatmeal. Can we have oatmeal on this trip?" And I was like, "Oh, I make really good oatmeal? Okay, sure." I follow the directions on the bag. So oatmeal by request. And then the other breakfast is either going to be pancakes or breakfast cookies. I'm making the breakfast cookies that I made on stream last week. They're gone, by the way. All of them are gone. We ate all of them. They were very good. Gonna make those again. And depending on like the vibe, right? I might make pancakes if everybody's like, "Yeah, pancakes would be great." You know, and if the kids want to just run around in the morning instead of like eating breakfast, then I'll just like throw some breakfast cookies at them and be like, "Fuck off." You know, the pancakes it's a dry mix, so I don't need to worry about like food waste if I don't make the pancakes. The pancakes are like a bonus. Some kids like them. Phoenix says campsite cooking, cook bacon, cook everything else in that bacon grease. You're correct. That is correct. Toys, yeah, the watch. I've had the same watch for a long time. The band I'm not as set on. The watch I love. It just tells you the time. No date. No nothing. Just the time. And not in digital. Lunches are going to be also super easy. Lunches are sun butter sandwiches. So I'm not making anything for one of the lunches. I'm bringing white bread, sun butter, bananas, honey, and fluff. And the kids can make a sandwich out of that. I'm also going to make pasta salad because the adults like the pasta salad. I've had great feedback from the adults. They're always like, "Oh, the pasta salad's so good." So I'm going to make a pasta salad, and some of the kids can eat the pasta salad too if they want. I'll make enough for everyone to have, and if we don't eat it, I will take it home and it will just be left over because I like it, and that is generally how I decide what to make, whether or not I like the thing. And dinners are going to be also pretty straightforward. So very easy. Well, Uma, welcome in. Good day. Dinners are going to be modular. So over the grill is fine, or over on the stove. I'm going to bring my big griddle that I use on the stove that I bought it for camping, because that griddle fits the stove that I have. I waited for a long time to find that griddle in the wild. It's the Lodge, like, extra wide griddle, and it is great for all things, to the point of Phoenix's point. Heat the griddle, cook the bacon, cook everything else on the griddle. We're not doing bacon because there's several folks on this trip that don't eat pork, so we're avoiding all the pork products. We're sticking with chicken this time around. Troy says my daily driver is a day date 1969 to 72 Omega Seamaster DeVille with that band. This is what kind of watch is this? I don't know what model this is. I don't know what model this is, but this is a Hamilton. And it just shows the time. And it is 10 minutes fast all the time. Liz, welcome. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. I also need to turn down the volume on the phone that's on the counter behind me, because that noise came out real loud. Ashik, hello, welcome. What else are we? Oh wait, I didn't actually say what we're having for dinner, did I? No, I did not. We're gonna do one night we're doing hot dogs, and we're doing hot dogs. Oh, so Fluff, I think that's just a setting that I need to change. I don't want to be open to stream together. I don't want that. Okay, that should be off now. That should be off. Sheik says I'm a 2-time winner of the cookie raffle. I love that. I don't see that in your Twitch profile, Ashik. I feel like that's probably something you just keep in your heart. It's off. Thank you. Dinners are going to be very straightforward. Again, both can be made on either the griddle or over the fire. Griddle on the stove or over the fire. One night we're going to do hot dogs and burgers. Like turkey burgers, turkey dogs. I'll have, for the burgers, I'll have a tomato to slice up. On today, we're going to prep some red onion to slice up. I'll have cheese for either the burger or the dog, and ketchup and mustard. And that will be about it. So that's easy. That's what Calvin likes. He's always just like, can we just do hot dogs one night? So as much as I want to make things complicated, I enjoy when he likes what we're making. So, and then the other thing that we're making is chicken tacos. So what we're doing today on stream is we're roasting a whole chicken. We're going to spatchcock that chicken. We're going to roast it. I'm going to also roast some chicken thighs, bone-in chicken thighs, that I'm going to use to put in the chicken for the pasta salad. So I'm making basically shredded chicken tacos. And in addition, we're going to slice up some red onion for that today. The rest of the stuff for that that I need to cut up is I'm going to cut up some avocado, but we're going to do that at the campsite, and I'm going to cut up some tomato at the campsite. So we will have that as well today. And the cookies, well, yes, we're making the breakfast cookies that I made from Thursday of last. Today, I'm going to change them up a little bit based on my notes from last time. We're going to add like salt to them so that they have a taste to them. And yeah, those are the cookies we're making today. We're not making Cookie Club cookies today. I know it's May 1st. I also know that I am not prepared to do the Cookie Club drawing today. And I'm sorry. I would have prepared for it, but I did other things. And I realized probably about 45 minutes ago, no, longer ago than that. I realized probably about an hour ago that I was like, oh shit, it's the 1st and I don't have the names ready. So we're going to do that next week. We'll probably do the drawing on Tuesday and then the actual Cookie Club on Thursday next week. Next Tuesday will be a fun stream. I'm going to do a long form daytime stream and make like a real complicated, nice dinner. Because we have some house guests. Actually, we don't have house guests. We just have guests who are coming to the city. I will sign all certificates. Absolutely. Liz, I appreciate your intentions. However, it's like I'm imagining the Claire Danes meme with like the math floating in the background, right? You're like, oh, when do I go? Listen, I will still be streaming in 6 months. So in 6 months, if you want to resub for 3, what you can. The bull of a watch band. I actually, every time my watch band breaks, I just like get a new one. I used to have a different one and it broke, and this one is the one that came with this watch. So now we're on this band. So book organization sounds fun. I like that. How are you organizing them? Are you organizing them by author, by stage/age? Are you organizing them by color, spine color, perhaps? I really, it irks. You do you, but it irks me when adults organize their book by color. I didn't think it was going to be the Cookie Club cookies. Okay, good. No, because I did not do the drawing yet. Am I okay? I'm great. Yeah, I'm great. It's I'm having a slow start to the day. I realize it's like almost 1 p.m. What do we need to do first though? First today, I want to get this chicken in the oven. First thing. What am I actually prepping? So here's what we're actually doing today. And also I said this earlier, but I upped my resolution setting back to where it used to be, and I upped the frames per second back to where it used to be. So we're now at 1080 and 60 frames per second, which is where the stream's been for a while, for 3 years, almost 3 years. Oh shit, we're gonna be anyway. Sub thought, pin that for later. It'll be 3 years streaming on May 12th. What are we actually doing today? I'm going to roast the chicken. So I need to season that and then pop that in the oven to roast. I need to roast the whole chicken and the chicken thighs. From there, we're going to make... Yeah, we'll roast the chicken. I need to do a little bit of prep for the dry mix. I need to gather the pancake mix and the oatmeal. And I'll make the breakfast cookies. So that's like a full thing. We're going to make a whole batch, a double batch of breakfast cookies, cook those and package those. Then we need to make pasta salad. Pasta salad is going to have orzo, pesto, bell pepper, broccoli, shallot, herbs, and chicken. So we're going to make pasta salad. That'll be made with the chicken thighs that I'm roasting. Then we need to prep the vegetables for our burgers, which is basically just onions. For the onion, sliced onion for the burger, diced onion for the tacos. At the end of all of that, I'm going to put a bunch of stuff in a pot and make stock. because at that point I will have a chicken carcass, a bunch of bones from the chicken thighs, as well as the other chicken carcass that I have currently in the freezer. So I'll also have a bunch of vegetables that I've been cutting up. So we're gonna throw a big stock pot on the stove. We'll make some stock with that, and then when we're done all of that, we're gonna make dinner. Because none of what I just described is food for tonight. And taking a quick buzz through the fridge, we don't have any more leftovers that I can force upon my family. So I have to make something. I think I'm gonna make pasta because it's just super easy. One, it's super easy. Two, we're not having pasta like this weekend, so I don't have that like latent guilt about having like pasta for a couple of days in a row. And I have some leftover red sauce in here that is really probably needs to get used. It needs to get used, or it needs to get tossed, because it's not going to get used otherwise. Wilma, enjoy your therapy appointment. I appreciate that. I had therapy on Tuesday this week. It was great. / enlightening. Slinka, welcome. So just organizing books by author and series. Yeah, the purging the books is important. Very important. Frozen quiche. We could do frozen quiche. We could, Liz, we may do dip dinner. Mac and cheese was earlier this week. Maybe Sunday. I forget. I don't even know if I have pasta in the cabinet. Pause. Before I commit to doing that. Oh, we have spaghetti. Okay, that'll work. I have spaghetti, and then a bunch of like oven ready lasagna noodles. What if I just broke up a box of lasagna noodles and made that? Would that work? I feel like that would work. Adel's smoked chicken sausages, Phoenix. I have not. I do love a good just like grilled sausage though. That is a really, that's like the perfect camping food. Totally. Anything that you can grill and also you do on a stove is ideal. We're gonna get some rain this weekend. It's supposed to rain on Saturday afternoon, so I don't know if I'll be cooking over a fire or over a stove, and it actually doesn't matter. Great. Let's do... Wow, my video encoder is steady. Steady. So, knock on wood. The reason we have the third camera displayed right now, the reason we have all these cameras displayed is because I'm trying to like tax the computer as much as possible. Early in stream, and if it blows up, here's what happens. It worked real well on Tuesday at the lower settings. I just bumped it up a little bit, and if it blows up, then before I restart stream, I just drop it back down. And while we're waiting for stream to come back online, we order a new PC. Lemon, exactly. Good day. Yeah. I bumped it back up to 1080 and 60 because it did so well on Tuesday. Like the encoder performed admirably. It's 20% higher than it was on Tuesday right now, but it's still like super steady. No fluctuation at all. They're not pork free due to the casing. Yeah, and that's for me. I don't care personally, but this particular trip, I have some folks that are no pork. They're my no pork peeps, which is fine. I don't need to eat pork. I don't need to eat meat. Doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, progress is happening. I like I said, I bumped things back up. The stream, the stream was running really well on Tuesday. I went back and like looked at sort of the metrics, and things were like humming along perfectly. So I was like, I bet I can bump this a little bit now that I have sort of things tweaked. The only thing I need to learn how to do, which I didn't figure out yet, was how to set OBS, StreamerBot, Camera Hub, OBS, StreamerBot, Camera Hub, and Chrome. Not Chrome, the app, but the OBS, like OBS Chrome windows. I need to figure out how to set those applications as permanent high priority, because right now they're not. And so, like, basically when I started stream today, I had to go in and right click them and make them high priority. So I need to figure out how to do that in the registry, but that's like registry work, and I feel like I want to do that not 10 minutes before stream. I feel like that's let's do that. Let's do that. Let's figure out how to make that permanent in a way that I can like test it and make sure it works and stays that way. Because everything I looked at about how to do that was like, you got to go in the registry, and I was like, we're not doing that today. All right, I have my bag of cheeses. I've got my taco cheese. I've got my burger and hot dog cheese in here. I've got my soft taco shells. And those are just going to stay in there. We're not using those. We're not using those for today. All right. We have... Woo, my shorts just caught on the drawer. We have an ad break coming up. I feel like we didn't do any ads on Tuesday, and that was kind of nice. Did y'all prefer that? Because we also didn't play words on stream. So Phoenix says, I despise turkey with a burning passion, so when someone mentions turkey sausages or hot dogs, I like to offer alternatives. I believe that, and that's reasonable. I almost went with chicken burgers this time, but it was a bridge too far mentally for me. Anyway, let's jump over to a quick words on stream break here. And then we're going to come back. When we come back from having a game of words on stream, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. And when we come back from that, we're going to get our chicken in the oven. We're going to spatchcock the chicken, spatchcock it, season it, throw it in the oven. And then we'll be... oh yeah, I'm going to put the chicken thighs in there too. So, Luke Skywalker, thank you for the bits. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I appreciate your generosity. I always do. And I appreciate you hanging out. Happy Friday Eve. Happy Friday Junior. Yes, indeed. It is Friday Junior. Friday Eve, however you want to refer to it. It is a Thursday is always kind of a nice vibe. I like a Thursday. All right. Let's get a game of words on stream going. Here it comes. If you're new to the stream, we run a game of words on stream. We do a 3-minute ad break, and then we come back, and we're gonna do that now. So here it comes. If you don't want to see ads, you can feel free to hop over to YouTube and hear me blather on during the ad break there. Otherwise, we'll see you in a moment. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials.
Not having 2 C's in this one is difficult. I wanted to say circus, but that's not work. That's not going to work. There's no E either. That's not a word. Oh, these are some weird words. What the hell? Orcs is a word. Oh, you're locked. I'm gonna steal that one. Got it. What other words are in this one? Sour, good grab. IOUS. Oh man, 4-letter words with these. This is a tough one. Yeah, this is a weird board, y'all. I don't like this one. Too many U's. Too many U's. D. I can see my video, my encoder just dropped down to, my encoder dropped by 10% because it doesn't have any cameras on the screen. That's good. How is nips not a word? You know, were you locked from that one? I feel like you were locked from... entering. It is a word. Okay, yeah, you were locked from entering. Sorry, I stole that one. My bad. It's a team effort. It's a team effort. Hey, if you're on Twitch and you're experiencing an ad break, you should be back by now. Welcome back. I appreciate your patience in hanging out and waiting until the ad ends. We have we're doing ad. We are gonna do words on stream today. I turned it off on Tuesday because I just wasn't feeling it. As happens sometimes, and as we get later in the stream today, I may turn it off again. Just we'll see. But right now we're sort of cruising into cruising into the afternoon. I don't have a hard end time today, which is kind of nice. Have we not tried that one? Nope. Okay. Words on stream is a bit prude today. That's okay. Maybe they're just demure. Good work. Good work. It's coming back over here. All right, we're going to get our chicken in the oven now, because this is the thing that I do. Oh, whoa, hello. There was a compost bucket right here. Y'all can't see it, but there's literally a bucket on the floor right here of stuff. All right, we have a chicken and then chicken thighs. I'm going to put all of that on the same tray. So let's get out a sheet pan here. I'm going to do this right on the sheet pan, as opposed to putting it on a mat. We're gonna do a whole chicken, and then we'll just put the thighs around the outside wherever they go. I think this chicken is like 4.5 pounds, maybe something like that. I forget. The guy was like, "How much chicken do you need?" And I was like, "I don't know. Just give me that one." So the one that he gave me was I think about 4.5 pounds. I'm not going to measure it. I don't really care how much it weighs. TBH. I am going to get gloves on for this one though, because I always like get weirded out when I have not weirded out. I just have to wash my hands so much when I don't wear gloves. And that's okay. But at least this one's not frozen this time. We're going to take this and spatchcock it, which means we're cutting the spine out. Yeah, they were like, what are you doing? How much you need, you know? And I was just like, I just want a whole chicken, dude. I don't have a weight. I don't have a specific like target weight in mind. Just like that one looks fine. And I think that just comes from because I've never actually like asked for a specific weighted chicken. I've always just like gotten one from the market and been like, that one's fine. But I figure one whole chicken is enough for like 8 people to make taco meat with, right? Like we're not eating it as a just chicken. So like if chicken was the meal, like pieces of chicken, I wouldn't have purchased a whole chicken. I would have done just like a bunch of boneless thighs. Or not boneless. I probably would have, yeah, bone-in thighs. Zerudo, spatchcocking. Yes, so spatchcocking is the process by which you remove the spine and flatten the bird, and it makes it cook more evenly, essentially. Like, if you're not trying to present the chicken for, like, roasting, you know, as a presentation piece, you know, a whole roasted chicken, cutting it apart and making it flat on the sheet pan is a bit nicer. Ultimately, it cooks quicker and makes it a bit more a bit more easy. So what we're doing is we cut the spine out. Feels like I'm in the Mortal Kombat game. Yes, Lemon, the container, the disposable seasonings container. That's always no cross contamination is like at this point. That's always the difficulty. It's not that difficult, as you say. You can just kind of avoid it. So basically with spatchcocking, you take a chicken and you cut the spine, and then there's a little like ligament right here on the breastbone, and you slice that open, and then you can take it and flatten it, and then you kind of hear, oh God, I just literally broke that in half. Okay, well, that's fun. Now I've got chicken halves. Okay, cool. That'll do. The purpose was flattening it. The purpose was not keeping it in a nice, uniformed situation. Yeah. And you kind of flatten it out. Tuck the wingtips under if you don't want them to burn. And then it's like ready to cook. You season it now, but before I take these gloves off, we're just gonna take our chicken thighs and put those on the same tray. Yeah, it does apply to any meat. It just, if you have seasonings that you don't care about or that you don't need to save, just a little like bowl of that is perfect. And I bought some seasoning specific for this chicken. So before I season it, I'm gonna like make a seasoning mix, and then we'll do kind of exactly what you suggested, Lemon, and put it in a little bowl, and then get it on there with get in there with the hands, right? Yeah, and we do Phoenix. We have like cheese, we have avocado, we have tomato, we're gonna have lettuce for the tacos. So I'm just imagining like a whole chicken should be fine. And if it's not, then we're just gonna run out of food, and that's okay. Am I gonna weigh it down? No, I'm not gonna weigh it down. I'm just roasting it. I don't need to weigh it. Chicken jockey. What is that from? That's like a new. That's like a new meme that I don't understand the origin of. Fatality. Finish him. Yeah, Chris, welcome in. The chiropractor videos, Chris, I get those videos on YouTube specifically. I get like the shorts of the people with like the stuff around their neck where they're like getting adjustments, and I'm like, I love it, and like I want that to be done. I want that to be done to me, but at the same time, I'm terrified for obvious reasons, right? The Minecraft movie. Okay, that's right. Why? Okay, I was like, why did Calvin come home? Like, why was he saying that the other day? It was from the Minecraft movie. That's exactly what it was. Yes, thank you. All right. Now that I've got clean hands, let me actually wash my hands real quick because we're gonna make our seasoning. So I have two. I bought taco seasoning for the chicken, both in the cooking process and the after it's done. I'm going to kind of re-season it as well. Yeah, Liz, I am too. My mom maintains that when she went to a chiropractor when she was younger, that they broke her hip. So I have like, I have associative trauma with that. Tactical Unicorn, all the kids are saying it. I believe that. Yeah. I don't associate with many children, but I have heard it among my son's friends group. So, yeah, Chris, if you're gonna damage it, exactly, just like Mortal Kombat, just finish him. Yeah, Velos, the chiropractor videos that I have that come across my feed are a variety of those. Those are included. The other one that comes across my feed consistently is Dr. Pimple Popper, which, like, if you know, you know. And if you don't know, you can surmise. And if you surmised and you were like, whoa, just don't put those words into Google. All right? I just imagine, Velos, kind of exactly that it's all this like performative nonsense. They're doing it for the gram. Chris, don't we all sometimes? Ooh, Flinks, Instant Pot. I love that you can cook an entire chicken in the Instant Pot in like 25 minutes. It's amazing. Fellas, you've seen Dr. Pimple Popper. Yes. Yeah, Lemon, my algorithm is done. My algorithm is like, nah, we know you love it. We know you love it. And we're gonna continue serving it to you. And you're gonna keep coming back to the trough. And I'm like, it's true. It's true. It is true. Wait, before I put this in, I haven't actually had any of this seasoning. I should try this. I got this taco seasoning from the Head Nut at Reading Terminal, and it was good. It's like very cumin. It's a little bit lemony, and it's sweet. It's not at all spicy, like zero heat to it. So I also picked up a little packet of Vindaloo seasoning, which I thought would be a nice, like, balancing act. Holy shit. Oof. Oh. 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 Okay.
I'm in danger.
Oh. Let's make it worse.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
Oh my
I
God.
have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Okay. This is for children. We're not going to put all that much of that in there. I'm not. Oh God, that was a lot. Okay. This is a half a teaspoon. I'm going to put a half of that in there Maybe a little more. Maybe a little more because I'm going to season the chicken. Oh, I don't want to season the chicken thighs with this. I have to like keep in mind I'm not seasoning the chicken thighs with this. That was not the wrong tube. That was just y'all had vindaloo before? You know how sometimes when you eat vindaloo, it's like, oh shit, that's real hot real quick. I just put that all directly into my face hole. With no warning. Phoenix, different YouTube accounts would be good. Valis, my YouTube, it's more confusing a bisexual teenager in gym class on swim day. Y'all had a pool? Nice. Chris, the Instant Pot is great. I thought about cooking this in Instant Pot today, but then I just decided I would roast it. Dan, welcome in. It was kind of like the cinnamon challenge, except that was just really spicy. No, it was I've talked about how I've talked on stream before about how my preference for spicy food is spice that like builds heat as opposed to just punches you directly in the mouth. That one was just like straight in. Zero chill. That one had no chill. Which is fine. Now I know that, and we're gonna move along. But I'm adding some salt to this, and then I am going to. That's what she said. Hey. I'm gonna add some salt. We're gonna mix this in. I'm gonna slather this all over the chicken, and hopefully it's not too spicy for the chillins. I think it'll be fine. Two of the kids that are going, I know, are fine with spicy food because I've fed them before. And they're okay with it. So it's just the one that I don't. I've never met. There's another adult and kid going who I've never actually met. They're like friends of one of the other kids that's going. And my perspective on that one is deal with it. I'm not gonna, I don't know. I'm not gonna make this aggressively spicy. Let's try it. Yeah. That's really nice. I like that. Braises and roasts. I love a braise. I love a braise in the in like the cast iron pan in the oven for a little while. That is absolutely a delight. Vindaloo is what you get when the curry just isn't spicy enough. Phoenix, I love vindaloo. Vindaloo is what I usually get. Vindaloo or Rogan Josh is the like what my usual go-to order is. All right, we have our spices. We're gonna add this. Rub this all in. Now, I'm gonna put a bunch of that on the skin, but I don't really want this on the skin because we're not eating the skin. Darlene on YouTube says my profile is a picture of me riding a horse. Are you an enthusiastic equestrian? I've only ever ridden a horse like maybe. I've ridden a horse less than 5 times in my whole life. As long as it comes with garlic naan. Heard on that one. Ah. Man. That was unexpected. Having that... it wasn't... Okay. It wasn't unexpected. I know that Vindaloo is spicy. I was expecting it to be spicy. I was not expecting to start sweating before I swallowed the thing. I was expecting it to be a little bit slower than that, but no. I think I had like the anticipatory sweats going on. Chris says I haven't even seen a horse 5 times in my life. Flink says last time I rode a horse was in my mid-teens, decades ago. I feel like I've ridden one. The only time, every time I've ridden a horse, it's been like on a trip or something. It hasn't ever been sort of just like, oh, I'm going to like the stables this weekend to like get a ride. You know what I mean? It is good to test your ingredients. That's why I did that. Because if I hadn't have tasted that, I would have added a lot more of it. And if I'm cooking this for myself, I am going to add a lot more of it. Because I like it and I want it to be spicy. But for children, I'd rather not. I want them to enjoy it. I want them to come back and be like, hey, the food on the trip was really good. Those tacos were great. They had a little spice to them, but we really liked them. Like, that's the outcome that I want. I don't want them to be like, Calvin's dad tried to kill us with Vindaloo seasoning. We don't need that. We don't need like, I also want them to eat it. Like, I don't want them to like taste it and be like, oh, that's too hot. I can't eat that. Like, all right, child. All right, well, this is looking good. I'm going to leave that just like it is. I'm going to put some salt and pepper on the chicken thighs, and that's it. And then, oh, I need to take the spine off of the tray here. We're going to save the spine in the stock bag because I'm going to use that to make stock later. I'm gonna use it to make stock later. That like, oof, that one hit. Good to know though. I'm glad that I got that seasoning because now I'm like, it's basically an alternative for like chili powder or cayenne. It's a much warmer alternative to cayenne. Those are the words I was trying to say. I don't mind roasting it. I don't mind roasting it on the same pan. It's okay. Like the juices will kind of like, merge together and be fine. That's okay. But I'm not going to season this chicken dry. This chicken is for the pasta salad. This chicken is for the tacos. So if your sister still owns some horses, that's cool. I wasn't expecting to start sweating before I swallowed. I mean, it is a unique experience. And now we know. And now we're going to label that. We're going to label this bag because this bag is currently unlabeled. And I need to remember that one's the Vindaloo bag. Because otherwise we might mistake that one for paprika because it kind of looks like the same color. Oh, fellas, you're taking your life into your own hands with a fly-by-night horse farm. Oh man, Flinks, that would be terrifying to be on a horse that's just running and you can't like control it. I will tell you that I'm really good at riding a mechanical bull. I don't know how y'all are about that one, but I am excellent at the mechanical bull. Yes, Phoenix, exactly. We're gonna have sour cream for sure. All right, this is going in the oven. The oven is set at 400. Oven set at 400. And let me set a timer. Let me set a timer for that. I was about to set the timer for 400. That's not going to work. Let's set it for 40 minutes. Okay, we got a timer set for 40 minutes. Darlene on YouTube says I was on Cinderella yesterday. That's the horse's name. That's cute. Velis, what's spice? It's Vindaloo seasoning. So I went to the Head Nut in Reading Terminal, which is like a bulk store. And I got a taco mix blend, and I got a Vindaloo blend because I tried the taco mix while I was there, and I was like, there's no heat to it. Like, I want a little bit of heat to it. So I was like, oh, I'll get something that I know to be spicy in the Vindaloo variety, and I'll just add that. And then I tried like an eighth of a teaspoon of it. I put it directly into my mouth, and it just got bad in a hurry. Chef tried to kill me. 5 stars on Yelp. Yeah, I mean, like, I want that. I want my tacos to be like punch in the mouth spicy. But 9-year-olds don't. Some of them. Chris, you haven't seen a mechanical bull in real life? Every chance I get, I ride one. If I like come across a mechanical bull, I would like hop on that shit. It's so fun. There was one in San Diego at TwitchCon last year. Not at TwitchCon. There was one in like there's a bar in San Diego that has a big mechanical bull. It's a lot of fun. And I don't even drink, so I'm like deadly serious when I get on that thing. Taco Unicorn says they have friends who have stomach problems, so eating food is an issue, and they tend to live on bone stock to have nutrients, something light enough for the stomach to not reject it. Well, then they would probably not want to have the Vindaloo seasoning, if I'm guessing. This is I feel like if I'd had any more of it, I probably would have hiccups right now. Because I get hiccups when I am eating spicy food. Like the first bite of whatever, like if I'm eating like a Vindaloo or a Rogan Josh or like some sort of like spicy food, especially Indian food, I'll like take a bite, I'll swallow, and then I'll have hiccups for 5 straight minutes. I'm sweating, I'm hiccuping, and I'm like, I'm loving this. This is like a great experience. And it is. Okay. Chicken's in the oven. Beautiful. Let's do 2 things. We got to make pasta salad. So we're gonna make. I need to make the pasta for that. The pasta for that is going to be orzo because I've been making a lot of orzo recently, and that's what we're gonna make it with. So we make the orzo now because I want it to cool off as well before I make pasta salad with it. So if I make it now, I can let it sit. Going to also, when I make it and it's finished, I will coat it with like I'll pour a little, I do have hiccups now. The late developing hiccups. I'll toss it with some olive oil so it doesn't stick together. And then I'll just put it in the bowl that I'm going to make the pasta salad in. And that will be, we'll just let it cool off. Let it cool off in the bigger bowl. So that's like step 1 of the pasta salad. Chicken's in the oven. We'll get the orzo in. I think I would like to prep. I think I want to prep the vegetables for the pasta salad next. Prep the vegetables for the pasta salad and the vegetables for the burgers and the tacos, which is just red onion. So I want to do all my vegetable prep now because I'm also going to make stock later. I said that I wanted to take the spine off of that tray, and you know what I did not do? I did not take the spine off of that tray. It is just sitting in there roasting along with everything else. And let's do that. Hey Dan, thanks for the bits. I appreciate you. genuinely. All bits, all subs, all donations, any financial contribution that anybody makes to this channel is extremely helpful. And I very much appreciate it. It helps generally. I don't work full time in a career-based situation. I'm a freelancer. And so bits are helpful. Subs are helpful. Donations are helpful. They genuinely are. And I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get I'm gonna take that spine off of here. Whoop. I'm just gonna put that right in the pot that I'm using for the stock, because why not? And all right, so let's do all of our vegetable prep. Then we'll do the vegetable prep. Then we'll make the dry stuff, the pancake mix, the oatmeal mix. Then we'll make the cookies. When the cookies are finished, we'll probably be able to like shred the chicken and sort of get the taco meat ready. Then we'll finish the pasta salad because I'm putting chicken in the pasta salad. And then we'll move on to actually making dinner. So I actually have no idea how long any of this is going to take me. I feel like as far as trip prep that I've had done in the past, this is like less actual stuff happening. So that's a good thing. This means more time for talking, more time for yapping, as the kids say. That's definitely a thing that the kids, Calvin says. Calvin and all of his friends. Quit yapping. Okay. If I'm gonna make orzo in this pot, I gotta turn the heat on so that the water boils. Pro tip. And get out my orzo too. I got a pound of orzo from the head nut. And while I'm here, I want to salt my pasta water. Do I have? Shoot, I am totally out of crappy salt. Crappy salt is what I call water, pasta water salt. It's just like your iodized, like Morton's whatever salt. So we'll add a little kosher salt to this instead. Because I do want to salt the pasta water. That is important, even if it's not the exact right salt for it. Yeah, table salt. Yeah, like just the that's really the only thing I use that salt for is salting pasta water, honestly. Excuse me. Flinks asked, does the spice store also sell tea leaves? They do. The place that I go is called The Head Nut. 3 separate words. The Head Nut. It is a bulk store. They sell all sorts of stuff. Some things that they don't sell in bulk. The only pasta they sell in bulk is orzo. But they do sell a ton of different spices and spice mixes, dried stuff. They sell all sorts of different nuts too. You can get, roasted, salted, unsalted, raw, whatever versions of all the different nuts that you like. They have coffees, they have teas, they have candy, they have dried fruit, and they also have a lot of baking stuff there. So I mostly get my flour and sugar there. I don't know what brand the flour is. I don't know what brand the sugar is. It's just like, it comes in an enormous bin and they're like, how much do you want? And I'm like, 10 pounds. And then they just hand me a 10-pound bag of flour. So it's great. I get most of my bulk stuff that I get is from there. And we're gonna do 1.5 pounds of orzo because this pasta's smaller, and that's I'm gonna do 1.5 pounds of it because I want to. So let's. You can tell that I've purchased a pound of orzo from this place on 2 separate occasions and did not use it on one of those occasions. One of those occasions was yesterday, and the other one was probably weeks ago. All right, so this ounces. Okay, that's 16.6 ounces. Like LA had like 6 boxes of macaroni. You do that, right? Like I do that frequently where I'm like, I'll buy something. This happens with condiments a lot. It'll be like, I'll be like, oh, I should get more ketchup. And then I come back from the store with like a big thing of ketchup and I go to put it in a place where I'm like, oh yeah, I don't need to use this now, but when I want it, I'll have it available. And then like that place that I'm storing that ketchup in, I like open up the back of the cabinet and it's like there's already a big ketchup container there, and I'm like, shit. That definitely happens. Avo, hello. It does happen. I do keep an inventory, but like sometimes you just see the thing and you're like, oh, do I have that? Do I not have that? And you just, if it's something that can be in storage for a little while, you just, things like ketchup I don't really worry about because it's not going to go bad before I use it. So I'm just like, oh shit, I didn't need to spend that money today. I'm too bored by stuff that ain't on my list. I mean, yeah, you don't need to stockpile unless you're like a prepper and you're stockpiling things, which is also valid. Sometimes I shop on autopilot. Yeah. One of the things that I do like about having, you can order groceries online now, and occasionally it's, often ordering things online is more expensive, but I think sometimes it's also better because if I just have a list, I don't make impulse purchases. I don't see something and I'm like, ooh, wouldn't that be great to have? I just sort of buy the things that are on the list and then move along. So it does occasionally help for that. A fish sauce, 5 bottles of fish sauce, Avo. Time to use some fish sauce, I would say then, huh? You already have a bar of granola. There's another bottle of ranch in the cupboard. And as I'm imagining that maybe you cook more, and so you have a better like pulse of what the pantry has in it. I don't generally worry about that. Gwen doesn't. When Gwen grocery shops, it's for things that like she knows that we're out of. If we're out of mac and cheese for too long, she'll like take the initiative and go buy mac and cheese. But that's because she knows that we're out of it. It's not because she's just like, oh, maybe while I'm in the store, I should pick up some other, this other thing. That doesn't really happen. The space for things. I got a lot of cabinets, but you don't need to, like overbuying. I don't need to like I don't need to spend my cabinet space on storage for stuff that I don't need. I would prefer to put appliances in the cabinets. Okay. I mentioned vegetables. I mentioned that we wanted to get all of my stuff together for pasta salad. So let's do that. Broccoli. Whoop, bell pepper. The romaine lettuce will remain in the fridge for now. What's weird? This was a really genuinely odd experience. Yesterday, I was at Reading Terminal and I went to get the lettuce, and thank you. I was looking at it. The organic romaine was $1 cheaper than the regular romaine lettuce. And I asked, I was like, what's up with that? That seems weird. And they were just like, yeah, it's just how it is. It's like, all right, cool. So we got organic romaine lettuce for $1 less, which was super nice. Okay, what else is going in here? Bell pepper, broccoli, shallot. Do I have a shallot? I hope I have a shallot. Oh, I've got 2. Beautiful. And then I'm also going to prep red onion for burgers and tacos. So I'll get that out. Tomatoes. Tomatoes for this pasta salad are these. Good old product of Guatemala. Product of Guatemala, imported from Ontario. I don't even know. These tomatoes came from Guatemala and went to Canada and then came back to Philadelphia. So anyway, seems like a long journey to get to this kitchen. You can tell I did not go to the farmer's market this past weekend because all of my stuff is non-local today. Facebook Marketplace. I've never used Facebook Marketplace, but a lot of people I know are like real big into it. Little green bugs on your lettuce, Avo. 'Tis the season for little bugs everywhere. It's warm now, and every when the weather warms up, the bugs, specifically ants and flies are the big thing now. Now is when like there's going to be a fly in the house for the next like 3 months, like one fly. And it's going to be really fucking annoying all the time. I much prefer the farmer's market for all my produce because I know that it was usually picked like within a day or two. I have no idea. These tomatoes were probably picked like a week or 2 ago. They don't even look that great. Alva says I don't use Facebook, so it kind of sucks having to use it. I don't use Facebook either. I was on Facebook for a long time. I left. I deleted my account or deactivated it, whatever. Maybe this might have been 10 years ago at this point. No, it wasn't 10 years ago. It was 7 years ago because it was after Calvin was born. And I only recently, I rejoined, but not because I wanted to. I really don't like using Meta products, but I rejoined because the school, like the parents group at school, is on Facebook, and I don't like to be left out. So I rejoined, and it was a really surreal experience because like all the I rejoined using the same account, and all the shit that I had posted for years on there was like still there. And I was like, what the fuck? Like this has been just sitting on your server for almost a decade now. I feel like Facebook is the only reason you use Marketplace is the only reason you use Facebook. Lemon says, but I refuse to sign up again. Yeah, I want nothing to do with it. I opened that account and I immediately just like purged all sorts of stuff from it, and I need to continue doing that. I need to wash my hands too. I need to continue doing that. Like I want to purge people from there. Like I'm just still friends with like, I don't know, fucking everybody. You know, if you're of a certain age, which I feel like a lot of folks who are in chat, generally speaking, on this channel, you know, sort of have, you know, are of a certain age where, you know, you're the nature of like Facebook when you first joined it was like, let's get all the friends. you know, like you meet somebody, you're like, oh, you on Facebook? Let's be friends. I don't want to be fucking friends with you anymore. I didn't want to be friends with you then. I just wanted to see what you were doing on the internet all the time. Liz, it is almost mosquito season. Time to get that permethrin out and soak every bit of clothing that you have in it. Lemon, every Thursday farmers market. That's a good day. That's like our farmers market's on Saturday, the one that we go to, and I like it because it helps set up for the week. I think that if you just make a routine out of going to the market, then like I meal plan around what I get at the market, which is why I like it on Saturday. But I feel like if you're just consistent, if it's like consistently the same day every week, that's helpful. Felix says my Facebook was under a constant attack of getting hacked, and I got tired of it and just got rid of it. Right? Yes. We're changing schools. Almost. I don't understand. I'm like, oh, that's how you know there's some millennial parent in charge of this, because it's like, let's make a Facebook group out of it. Like, what the fuck? Haven't you all heard of Discord, or Signal, or Telegram, or GroupMe, or literally any other way of organizing that's not on a Meta platform? Saturday at the Butt Crack of Darn. Yeah, Ava, mine's on Saturday too. Quit in 2013. Yup. I quit a little after that. I probably 16 or 17. I like a morning market. It does kind of force you to get out in the day. Liz, like a decade ago. Yeah, never looked back. I did too. I still have Instagram, but I don't have it on my phone anymore. I haven't like left that platform, but I feel like I want to. I feel like what happens when I get on Instagram is that I get sucked in and then I hate myself for it for hours afterward. So now my involvement with Instagram is basically like, if I ever want to post something, I like go on and post it and then I immediately delete the entire app again. Lemon says, I'll be honest that I've left a lot of people in my past and don't feel it's necessary to let them have a window into my life. Privilege, it requires being nice. Plus meta sucks. Yes. We can lead with the meta sucks. But the level of transparency, like personal transparency that people willingly gave everybody else in their life. And this was kind of late. This was like 2008 and on. Incredible. You're just like, you're going out to an event, you're going to a thing, and then you're going to post like 100 pictures from some event. And it's like, you know, you tag everybody and it's like, man, too much. I spent most of my early internet years using my full legal name as my screen name on every platform. Not a good idea. Yeah, and Lemon, you know what was funny? Or not Lemon, but generally like people left in your past. It was funny. When I opened Facebook again, I like reactivated my account and I opened it again. The friend requests that I had were like, I had one from my literal like high school crush, like, you know, early like senior, I don't know, summer between senior year and freshman year in university. Girlfriend was like had sent me a friend request and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I wasn't even, my account wasn't even activated. Like, I must have activated it and you like, it like suggested me and then like they sent me and I was like, what? Like, get away. Like, no, get away. The comparison, Liz, exactly. You can't help comparing. Protect your mental health. Like, yeah, I don't need to see what everyone else I don't need to see what every tangential person that's ever crossed through my life is up to on the internet. It's not a good use of my time. Baker, welcome. Hello. Like, you just, I mean, it's the same thing, you know. Facebook was like curiosity about people, right? And then Instagram is like you get sort of the algorithm tells you what you're going to be interested in, and then it's like, yeah, I mean, my experience of it is cut to an hour later, and I'm still browsing Instagram, and I'm like, I didn't even do the thing that I came on Instagram to do. That's the worst part, is when you open the app, you forget what you're going to do. You spend, you know, an hour just messing around, scrolling and looking, and then you're like, oh, ugh, that was useless. I'm all up in everyone else's business, Chris says. Yeah, I feel like I just don't get anything out of it anymore. And I feel bad, like some of my close, you know, folks that I'm close with, especially like digitally, right? Like, good example, my friend Megan, who is linked in chat right now. You know, her Instagram is part of her livelihood. And, you know, she's not going to like get away from using it. And I feel bad that I like don't support that part of, I don't like, you know, I don't like those posts. She doesn't get my views. And it's not because I don't like her as a person. It's because I don't want to be on the platform, you know. Old bullies, Phoenix. Jesus. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Like, get away. Yeah, I don't need like people from my past. If I wanted to reconnect with people from that time in life, I would go to a high school reunion, which I don't want to do. My last high school reunion, let's see. My last high school reunion was my 20th. We're almost there. Almost to 25. One of a YouTube genre that I really enjoy is the like, I sent an attractive body double to my high school reunion. Like, let's see what happens. It's such nonsense. Such nonsense. But yeah, I do feel, I feel a little bit left out, like sort of not being on those platforms, but I also don't care. I like being left out. Leave me alone. Oh, God. Liz, I get emails from my high school. Come to our golf classic. I'm like, no. Happily not going, Phoenix? Yeah, happily not going. I went to my 5th year high school reunion. And I was like, that was enough. That's fine. I was out of college, and I was like, well, let's see what these people are up to. And I was like, oh, y'all are still shitty. Great. Peace. And they were. Yeah, Chris, the line between personal and professional is important. If someone gets mad at you because you're not liking their Instagram posts, it's like, yeah, let's like re-examine why that's making you mad, right? Like, I don't owe you that. I don't owe you my likes on Instagram. I don't owe you my views. Sorry. Like my friend Megan, right? Like, I subscribe to her newsletter. I pay monthly to receive the newsletter that she sends out. That's the involvement that I want to have. She also pays monthly and is a longtime sub to this channel. It's reciprocal. You know, she's not in stream. She doesn't come in and hang out and chat very, super frequently. She does come in and hang out and chat when I post it on Instagram that I'm live, which I don't do very often. But again, like, she uses that platform more than I do, so that tracks. But anyway, it is definitely you don't owe people that. This is kind of how it is. You said you don't want to be left out of the parents group, but now you want to be left out. I want to be left. So, Liz, what I want is to be informed. I don't want to be involved. I want to be informed. And I can't be informed if I'm not in the group. I don't want expectations of my presence in that group. I don't want to have to participate, right? But as a parent, often the one who is like, I don't know, like Gwen is extremely involved, obviously, with Calvin and school things, but like I'm generally the one that like puts the school calendar on our household calendar, right? Like just at a very base level, when the school publishes a new calendar for like the next quarter or the next school year or whatever, I'm the one that's like, okay, we're gonna like pop that into the calendar and make sure I've got all the dates right and blah blah blah. I need to be able to do that. That's all. I can't not have the information, but I don't want to be like, I don't want to be involved. I'm not going to comment on Facebook. I'm not going to like I'm not going to I'm going to be a lurker. I'm just a lurker, which is not a great thing to refer to yourself as in the context of anything relating to elementary school, but like in the context of this conversation, y'all understand what I'm talking about. I hope. I should also note that I love the lurkers who hang out on this channel. If you're lurking today and haven't said hi in chat, just know that I appreciate you being here. I don't ever know how many people are lurking, if there are people lurking. I usually assume there's a few, and I don't have the viewers, I don't have like any metrics on the screen to know how many people are in chat, but I do appreciate all the lurkers, I should say. Remember getting a piece of paper pinned to your shirt on the bus home. I don't think I ever had anything pinned to me, but I definitely had the take home folder. You gotta take this home to your parents, and then your parents would be like, do you have anything in your folder today? Chris says the option to participate is good. The expectation is ew. Exactly. I just want to be informed. I don't need to be part of the conversation. I do. So we have a parent group chat on GroupMe, and I do participate in that because it's just a linear chat that is searchable, and you can go back and find things, and I do participate in that because that's GroupMe, and it's I don't have to like log onto Facebook and get lost down the rabbit hole of other bullshit. I just open the one thing that I want to look at, I read the 5 things that people have said since the last time I looked at it, and then I exit. That's the right move. Amber, welcome in. Okay, I am going to rinse these tomatoes off in the sink. Oh, what do we got? Got a notification. My buddy. Okay. It's funny. I said this the other day. But I've been playing chess a lot recently. Like I've been playing a lot of chess. Calvin's into it, and I've been getting into it because he's into it. And he was getting very good. He is getting very good. He's still getting very good. And it was embarrassing. He kept beating me, and I was like, listen, dude, I'll like take some lessons and try to get better, and I have been, but I've been playing one of my close friends, in chess, kind of one move a day type of thing, and I'm always excited when I get the notification because I've got him on the ropes, and I feel good about the position of the board right now. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break here to play some words on stream. We're going to run a 3-minute ad if you're on Twitch. Just a heads up, I mentioned earlier that I appreciate all of the folks who subscribe. This is an opportunity to do that if you don't want to see ads. Otherwise, we're going to get 3 minutes worth of ads, and we'll be right back. But we're going to play words on stream during that time. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back. BRB. All right, what's this board look like?
Welcome to another edition of Commercials.
I got one. Mimes. Immense. So fluff coming off so Liz and so fluff right there, just like off the top rope right away. Memes has come up on boards before and is not a word according to Words and Stream, and it's super annoying because it should be a word. It should be a word. Okay. While this is happening, I need to take a little break. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute my microphone because it does pick up all the background sounds, and I'll be BRB. Did we get that one? I heard the sound, but I don't see a command board in chat. Did we clear that? Did that last board get cleared? Yay! Okay, cool. Beautiful. All right, we should have a couple more moments here. Yeah, the only annoying part about the way I have this scene set up is that the chat covers the side of the screen, and my camera covers a portion of the board too. Oh well. Oh well. Hey, if you're on Twitch experiencing an ad break, or you were experiencing an ad break, welcome back. Appreciate you. If you don't like ads, you can always watch on YouTube. There's a link in chat for that. The YouTube channel is not currently monetized, so there is no advertising on YouTube. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Don't worry, there will be at some point if it ever gets monetized. I always forget that I can turn this off after the ad's running. I should have that turn off automatically. It doesn't actually matter. Last guesses. We got one more four-letter word. We're about to clear it. Yeah, there it is. Maine? Wow, I can't believe that Maine wasn't already on the board. Good job, y'all. Good job. Okay, welcome back. We are going to continue working. What we're doing right now is pasta salad. Vegetables for pasta salad. We're getting the orzo just about ready to throw in the pot here. And my chicken is coming along. It's looking good. It's looking good. I gave it 40 minutes. I've got 44 seconds. 44 seconds left. If you're hearing, I don't know if the background hum is making its way into the audio at the moment. When we were doing the evaluation of all the audio stuff last weekend, it was the sound of the fan, like just the fan for the house fan, was kind of audible. I don't know if it is still, but it came on during Words and Stream. So if you're hearing like a little bit of like a background from the stream, that's from the house. Those are house noises. Okay. Don't hear it. Good. You hear this timer going off? Is this timer audible? Hear the timer. Cool. Okay. So I'm still in the like, I'm not sure what exactly is coming through because I changed things and then edited them multiple times. All right, we're gonna drop the pasta. We're gonna check the chicken, and then I'll probably readjust the timing for the chicken. Orzo. How long does the orzo go in? Let's do 8 minutes on the orzo. I think 8 minutes is right. There's no directions on this package, so I'm not really sure. Don't hear the fan. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, and you know what I did, Lemon? I ended up with one filter on the mic. I ended up with the default noise suppression that's using the good quality filter. Good quality, more CPU. I opted for that one because it sounded better on the tests. After we did the things on Saturday, I did a bunch of tests myself with recordings and just like recorded it and listened back on a variety of formats. And this one seemed to be the most like consistently diminished background sounds, but allowed other stuff to come through. I have a few filters in OBS. Yeah, and I'm still tweaking. All right, let's get this in the pot. Popular, you're gonna be popular. This is in. We're gonna bring that. Hold on. Let me start my timer. There we go. All right, timer is started. Timer is started. Let's get this. Let me see how this chicken is doing in here. See how this chicken's doing. Let me change to this camera. There we go. You can see the compost bin, and that's in that view. Chicken is looking good. Oh shit. Gwen's been using my thermometer to test the water for these cats. Where the fuck is my thermometer? There it is. Okay. It's in the clean pile. That's good. All right, let's get in and give a little bit of a temp check on the chicken here. So chicken's looking good. The thighs definitely are finished. Yeah, 180, 190, they're fine. I'm at 150 is the lowest temp I'm getting in the middle of the chicken breast. I'm getting a 150. This one I'm getting 140. No, that can't be right. Yeah, I'm getting 136 in the middle of that chicken breast. And the thighs down here these should be finished. Yeah, 180. Okay, so we're just gonna leave these in for a little while longer. I don't even really care because these chicken thighs are fine. They're gonna be part of the pasta salad. I'm just gonna leave this. I'm actually gonna rotate this a little bit because the side of my oven that is on your left, also on my left, coincidentally, because I'm seeing the same thing you are. I'm gonna rotate it. This side of my oven is warmer, and I'm gonna give this another. What did I say I was at? 140. Let's give this another 10 minutes. And that'll be finished with the chicken breasts. I also don't mind if I don't mind if things are a little bit overcooked because it's getting shredded for tacos. So it's going to be kind of I'm going to re-moisturize it anyway. Like when I cook it, in the campsite, what I'm going to do with it is put it in a large pot and add a little bit of water to it and like kind of not simmer it, but just add a little water to moisten it. And the thighs, it doesn't matter. You could make the thighs could be 250 degrees and they'd come out and they'd be fine. They're resilient to cooking too long. Totally, Phoenix. I've definitely left chicken thighs in the oven for like an hour and a half before, and they were a little bit dry, but generally speaking, it's not too bad. Cat thermometer. Yeah, well, when basically, like, she's not using it for food service purposes. There's no, she's not using it to test like formula or anything. It's all for the water, like the water, that you make the formula with. So I'm not super worried about the, she's currently using the thermometer and the scale for cat purposes. And if the fostering scenario continues, we're just going to get Gwen her own little setup that she doesn't have to use the kitchen scale. I am positive that that's not what's happening. The end of this one is real pointy, so would not be a good idea. Definitely not a good look. You could, but you shouldn't. Okay, pasta salad. I'm just building pasta salad in a bowl. And Lemon, I have one of those. We have an electric kettle that I got for Christmas a couple years ago. That is, you can set it for that. I don't actually, she's going to be up here feeding the cats at some point in the next like hour or so. And so I can ask what she's actually using the thermometer for, because if I'm being real honest, I'm not 100% positive. So it would be a good question. Liz, I've never put cauliflower in the pasta salad. No, I haven't. Is cauliflower good in a pasta salad? I don't know that I've experienced a pasta salad with cauliflower in it. I mean, I imagine it would be good. I like cauliflower. And if you season it a little bit. I enjoy cauliflower, but I don't think I've ever considered putting it in there. But, I mean, cauliflower is really just pale broccoli, right? All the cauliflower fans are like, you take that back. That's wrong. Don't say that. Blasphemy. Listen, I said what I said. When I say it in that way, I'm really just thinking of crudité and like dips, and how like cauliflower and broccoli are basically the same thing. And it is on veggie trays, Liz. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, it would make sense. And I don't have a recipe for pasta salad. It's just usually whatever I think. I often will put just whatever is in the cabinet in there. That actually reminds me, I want to see if I have any olives in the cabinet, because I really love black olives in pasta salad. I don't think I do, but I might. All right, I also need to take this sweater off, because it is now extremely warm in this kitchen. You will probably not notice much of a difference, because I'm still just wearing a black shirt underneath. Okay, we did it. Banned. Asparagus and cookies. We did talk about it, and I have written in my notebook asparagus cookies with a question mark, so we may get there. We may get there someday. Y'all, those garlic cookies turned out so good the other day. They were so good. They still are so good. I am
Does this black match?
thrilled. I'm thrilled with them. The next time I make them, I will not use brown butter. I will just use regular butter. And maybe that will... I liked the idea of the cookie color being a little lighter. Right now they look a little burned. And I don't think they're actually burned, because they taste great. but the brown butter kind of makes them look a little burned. What's that timer for? That timer's for the orzo. Okay. My dad puts giardiniera in pasta salad. What? Phoenix, what is that? Remind me. Baker, you're determined for the asparagus cookies. If you try it and you come across something, share. Please share, because I would love to. I love a first person perspective. Does anyone else eat the garlic cookies? Well, yes. Calvin really liked them. Gwen liked them, but wasn't. They're sort of like take it or leave it for her. He enjoyed them. Pickled relish that goes into Italian beef. Right. Okay. Gotcha. A pickle cookie recipe. You know what we've done? I think Soflov had a pickle. Who is it? We had a recipe that was like pickle, like dill pickle saltines at one point. That was in Discord. That looked really good. That I intended on making, but I didn't. And I wish I had. I did not. Zucchini bread, but subbed with asparagus. Yeah, that was the one that was the shredded, right? They were shredded. That looked good. That one definitely looked good. All right, this orzo is finished. We have to strain it. So welcome in. Pho soup. Always good. I've never made pho on stream. Or pho, if you come from the American perspective. Does Calvin like spicy stuff? Well, I mean, he does. He does. I think he has a little bit of like, I did a good job making spice tolerance a point of pride for him when we were first introducing spicy foods. So he's proud of the level of spice that he's able to consume. And that was very intentional. That was very like, let's make sure that the kid feels good that he's like special for eating this spicy stuff, and then it'll be better in the future when he encounters spicy things. Okay, I need to drain this orzo because this is definitely finished. This is going to be a sink side operation. Asparagus cookies and pickle cookies. Liz, thank you. Listen, no promises that either of those will be done for Cookie Club, but it is asparagus season, and I do feel like experimentation is worth it. Saying pho soup is like saying chai tea, and now I'm self-conscious about how I say chai. Bao buns. Baker, I had a bao bun yesterday. It was very good. I had an extremely spicy, it was rock shrimp. Yeah, rock shrimp was the, hold on. There it is. Was the main ingredient, and it was super good. I was at Reading Terminal yesterday morning, and I was like just starting to shop. And I was like, I am actually hungry right now, and if I shop while I feel this hungry, it's going to get bad. So I like ate a little something just to get a base. All right. Pasta is draining. Once this drains, my timer. Shit. Okay, hold on. Let's leave that sit right over the sink, just like that. Once that's finished, I'm going to pour that pasta back in the pot and put a little oil in it and mix it up together so that it's not sticky and completely like this gelatinous mass. Phoenix is speaking of cursed things with pickles. The TikTok trend of hollowing out pickles and putting Snickers bars in. No, why? You should hollow out the Snickers bar and inject it with pickle juice. Obviously, you're doing it wrong. Get a syringe, suck out the inside of the Snickers bar, fill it with pickle juice. Profit. You can take my advice anytime. Olive oil and pasta pot. Let me get this. Let's do this over here. What is it? Oh, tomatoes. Right. Whoop. All right. The orzo is just going to go back in this pot, and I'm going to give it a little generous glug of olive oil, because this is going to be in a pasta salad. It's going to have like a dressing on it anyway, an oil-based dressing, so it's fine. I don't generally put oil all over my pasta right after I've cooked it to keep it from separating. Sauce is usually really good for that, but we're not quite there yet. We're gonna let this sit out and kind of cool down on the counter. It's quite hot. Obviously, I've lost it. What about the Snickers bar? Y'all, I can't eat Snickers bars, so I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to Snickers. Snickers makes me die because they're peanut. They're peanuts, and I can't eat peanuts, and that's sad for me. Okay, I want to finish cutting up this pepper, then we're going to check the chicken. The timer for the chicken just went off, so I do want to get that out, because if it's, done, I should take it out. It doesn't need to continue cooking, despite the fact that it can. I'm trying to make these pepper chunks not huge. Just a little like diced pepper here. That's just going to go right in the bowl. We're just building everything in the bowl. And eventually it'll be finished, and we'll put it in a big container. And that'll just be what things get served out of. Get closer chopping. Ooh! Almost just caught my fingertip there. Liz, good luck with your work meeting. I hope you come away with everybody telling you that you have fantastic ideas and that you receive no farther new obligations.
I'm in danger.
I know. Almost. We almost had a fingertip. I had a dream. You know what's weird? I don't dream very often because I don't sleep enough to dream. You need to like get into a certain sleep state to like dream, apparently, and I don't really get there that often. But I had a dream the other day that I cut my pinky clean off. Cut the tip of my pinky clean off. That was a weird one. I had the dream that I did that, and I remember in the dream I was like, hey Gwen, I need to go to the emergency room right now. I didn't need to actually do that. Just in case it wasn't clear, that was not a real thing. It was a dream. Anyway, let's get this and check this chicken again. Chicken is in the oven. Still looking good. Let me see. What was the one? The chicken, the breast was the one that was not up to temp. 170 all the way in, above 170 all the way in, and all the way out. Chicken is finished. All right. Great. Let's get this out of the oven. And we're going to just sit this right here. I'm going to turn the oven off for right now. So it doesn't need to be on in this moment. And it'll, if I don't open it, it'll stay pretty hot. Giving this pasta a stir, help cool it down, kind of cycle it around. All right, chicken is finished. We're good. We have ready to go. Broccoli and red pepper are chopped up for my pasta salad. So I'm going to toss. I'm just making sure none of these tomatoes are like split or moldy or weird. I just rinsed those off, so they should be good to go. All right, these look good. I'm going to put these in here whole. I usually chop them in half, but I don't really want to do that this time around. I just kind of want to like pop them in, and they're small. These are smaller than the ones I get at our farmer's market. So I think these are fine just to go in whole. It's going to use the whole package. Chris, I had a dream last night that my friends didn't value my friendship. Oh, that is definitely very different. I hope that that's not true. I'm sure that it's not true. Baker, they will hold up better. They will hold up better, and they will not leach any they won't leach any liquid into the pasta salad. That's the other thing. They will maintain their liquid inside. All right, carrots now. I'm gonna shred these because that's easiest. I'm gonna cut the tips off of these, and we might get a daisy appearance at some point. So we'll save the carrot tips over there. Speaking of leaching liquid in, let's shave the carrots, and they will definitely leach a bunch of liquid in. Pause. Do I have anything on the heat right now? No. Okay, nothing is in danger of burning right now. The burning danger has passed. I haven't seen Daisy. Daisy was annoyed today because she didn't get her morning walk. I took Calvin to school separately, and she was not. We did not walk her this morning, so I feel like I owe her a little something. Just for that, like maybe a walk later. I'll probably walk her later. Baker, the routine. We haven't gotten really back into the morning walk as routine yet. We were out of it for a little bit, like the late winter period when it was like just awful and cold in the morning. And now that it's not, there's some days Calvin wants to get to school earlier, right? Like he really wants to get to school as early as possible. And basically he wants to get into the school by 7:30 a.m. School, for reference, does not start until 9 a.m. He goes to the before school program voluntarily because he enjoys it, not because I need him to go to it. But he likes to get there early, and I'm always like, okay, I'll oblige you and take you over early. But that generally also means that if it's 7:40 in the morning, he wants me to like drive him as opposed to walking, because walking takes a lot longer, obviously. Cyborg, enjoy your walk. I hope y'all both enjoy it. Phoenix, yeah, he wants to get to school early because it's there's a before school program. Recently he's been wanting to get there early because he's been taking his chess set with him, and there's people there who play chess, so he's been enjoying the like extra time to game, essentially. So that's been nice for him, and I don't mind. Seems fine to me. It's not that, yeah, Chris, I appreciate the enthusiasm. It's not really the learning he's super excited about, although he does love school. He enjoys it, and he's an enthusiastic learner, in addition to just like, you know, he likes going in the morning and sort of seeing some friends, you know, his friends who are also in the morning program, and it's free time. They get like, you know, today they were out, like they went out, I think they went out on the playground this morning before school, you know, which like if you don't go to the morning program and you don't get there early, you don't get to do that before school. And so it is nice to be able to like run around a little bit in the morning and have some unconstructed time prior to like having to sit in a fucking desk all day when you're 9 years old, you know. That sucks. A bug? Oh yeah, we definitely have a fly. There's a fly. I can see the fly. It's literally sitting on top of the camera right now. There's one fly in the kitchen currently, and it is it has been sitting on top of the camera basically the entire stream. And it's probably the one place in the kitchen that I can't like hit it with a towel. I usually am really good about, with the flies, about taking a towel, rolling it up, and like getting them like that. But I can't do that because it's like literally it's the fucking camera. Like I can't hit the fly on the camera because then the camera would probably break. Super annoying. But at least it's staying still. I think it's dying, honestly. I think it's probably like, eat me or I will perish. Okay, let me bring the pot with the stuff for stop over here instead of just continuing to toss it across the room into the pot. We're gonna work smarter. And I'm using shallot for this. I don't love red onion in salads. Red onion is like too forward for me. Shallot is a bit softer. It's less astringent, and it still has like that little bit of sharpness to it that you love about the onion without a lot of the like harshness. So I love a shallot for to go raw into salads. Definitely preferred. A senior citizen fly. Yeah, you know, it's just like, this is just how it is. In the springtime, you get flies. They come in and they try to feed and they try to leave, and if they can't do either, then they just die on the windowsill. Sorry. Phoenix, I never liked school. I hated being in school. I hated being in elementary school. I hated middle school. I didn't love high school, but at least I had some independence in high school, which was nice. And then university was fine. I just sort of was like, it's whatever. It was great. I was never an enthusiastic academic participant, right? I love the extracurriculars. I did like student newspaper and the theater group. I did all the extra shit, but I didn't love class and learning. It was always like annoying. And it was like I would learn something just to pass the test, and then it was gone because I didn't care enough. Velos, the logistic reason for getting to school early, certainly a good one as well. Especially if you're in a suburban environment and there's like car line and, you know, all of that at the beginning and at the end. I'm glad I don't have to wait in like a car line to pick up at the end of the day. I rarely drive to pick up. When I do drive to pick up, it's because it's like pouring rain. But that is exceedingly rare. Pickup is at the end of the day and is less, I don't know. I'm awake at that point. I'm capable. Chris, you were good at school but lacked direction. I love to learn new things, just harder now with the smooth hard brain. Now when I'm learning something, it's because I want to learn it. And so it is definitely more engaging in that way. I just never liked, I don't know, like just the whole, I didn't like being in school. I didn't like the people. I didn't like having to like deal with, I don't know, having to deal with like all the bullshit that comes along with the learning part of it. The cafeteria, like, ugh. No. Learn just enough to pass, Chris says. Yeah, that's about right. Ace, yes. Yes, we're in the city. Mostly schools in the city, unless you're like going somewhere special for some reason, are mostly, you know, you can get to it on the bus. We can walk. I can walk. It's a good little walk. It's not an imposition to walk. That is one really nice thing about the city. Phoenix says, my learning style is hands-on, and being talked at for hours just ends up putting me to sleep. Yeah, I feel that. I just remember, like, I don't know, it was like in like any class, like history class, and I'm just like, I don't know, like you're like trying to, they're like, you gotta, to pass the test, you have to like regurgitate information about like some battle. And I'm like, what was the point of the battle? Like, why was the battle being fought? I don't need to know the logistics of like who, I don't know, what happened in the first hour or two of the thing. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Just like, why were we fighting? Graduating from high school was like getting out of prison, Beller says. I had to go and do what I needed, but I did not enjoy it. I feel that. I just never wanted to be in school. And I remember like graduating university and being like, you could not incentivize me at all to continue doing this. Like no part of me is like, let's go get a master's degree. Hell no. All those folks that like are lifelong academics, I'm impressed, but I'm also like, not me. Never, never, never. Yeah, all the stuff you have to put up with, fellas, is annoying. And yeah, as an adult, you like wouldn't put up with it, but in school, you're sort of forced into the environment, right? You're like, I don't know. I hated like lunch. I hated all of the sort of like everything that surrounds school, the social interactions, the sort of like, I don't know, like literally picking out what you want to wear in the morning and worrying about whether people are gonna like make fun of your t-shirt that day is like not something that I just wanted to deal with day after year after year. Like, and you do, but then you just kind of exist in that environment and you get indoctrinated. Lemon is a great word. Yes. Yeah, homogenization, exactly. Ace, that's a great. No car is fantastic. Baker, yeah, and if you're a kid who lives outside of a visual norm or behavioral norm, like school is just a nightmare. Like if you're like a 6 foot tall fifth grader, your school is just as much a nightmare for you as someone who's like slightly overweight in fifth grade or like wears big thick glasses or whatever, who wears hand-me-down clothes. Like all of that bullshit comes along with being in school, and it's harmful. Chris Sofluff, whoa, Sofluff got expelled for smoking weed. off grounds at lunch. Never went back. Taught myself the rest of high school through the local career and high distance learning center. Hell yeah. It's like, all right, I'm out. You got out. 8 years to get a master's, fellas. College was different. Didn't have any BS to put up with, right? And especially, I understand that you're, from like an engineering perspective, that probably also has different requirements and qualifications to get in. Phoenix says, I get calls from my college asking if I want to come back for a master's. I'm like, nope. No, that is absolutely not that. Like, no, thank you. Unwelcomed. Unwelcomed. Yeah, fellas, if you get your master's, you're just more capable of putting up with bullshit. Yeah, you've just been exposed to more of it. 9th grade, so fluff. Congratulations. And my non-professional objective opinion is that you seem to be well adjusted, so good. Ace, the school uniform. Oh my god, I did for high school, I had a uniform in school, and that was actually really nice. I loved that. I have a uniform now. I wear a uniform every day. I wear the same shorts, the same fucking t-shirt, like the same brand hat. Like, picking out my clothes in the morning gave me anxiety. Still does. Still does, although now I, don't give a shit if someone's judging me about it, and it's a lot easier. Now I will wear something weird and silly if I feel like it, because that's just the vibe that I'm putting out into the world that day. I don't often wear things that are weird and silly, but you get the point. I do have several weird shirts. Baker is a 6 foot 280 sixth grader going into middle school, was immediately targeted by teachers and coaches. Right, probably because they were like, "Are you the new? Are you our temp? Are you our sub?" And you're like, "I'm a student." About 50 absences in the first semester. Sounds lovely, honestly. Bella's master's was overkill for the job and probably didn't need it. Probably didn't need it, but it's a gatekeeping tool to keep people out of those positions, I bet you. So says, I'm sure I'm much better adjusted than if I were to stay in a regular public school. When I was expelled, I got to work more, so I was more busy. Yeah, and like, I don't know, getting expelled for smoking weed is so dumb. I don't mean dumb in the sense that like you were dumb to have had that happen. I mean dumb in the sense that being expelled as a consequence for just smoking weed is nuts. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Ace, dark chinos and witty t-shirts. I wear black Levi's jeans, black Levi's 511 stretch fit jeans in the winter, and in the summer I wear these shorts. I didn't realize how stressful just getting ready every day was until I started working from home. Right. But at least when you're working from home, mostly you just have to get the top presentable, right? The idea of spending another 5-digit number to get back to classes to put me to sleep and then write a huge paper that incurs major stress. Nope, not feeling it. I'm with you. I also am not feeling that. Ace says, how early on did you have an idea of your career? About 8th grade. Somewhere around middle school. I'm like, oh, you're attractive. Oh, you're also attractive. Cool. Generally, I would say. Robert says, I have vivid memories of walking to school and burping out a bunch of smoke. Classy. 511 stretch fits, Phoenix. The perfect. They're the best. They're definitely, I love the 511 stretch fits. I have like 15 pairs of them. Yeah. So far, I feel like that. I remember the only kid that I remember getting expelled from my school in high school was expelled for bringing a firearm to school. and it's not. It was like, it was weirdly unintentional. Like his dad was a police officer, and he like brought it to school to show off like an idiot, and obviously you can't do that. So nobody got expelled for weed. It was too hoity-toity for that. The parents who paid the money would not approve of their child getting expelled for that reason. Since I'm older, I have to keep what I call door pants or door swords in case someone knocks on the door. These are just hanging by the door. The pants. They have a belt on them already, and if I need pants, they'll be there. And the shorts live in the same spot. And in the winter, when I come in the house with the pants on, I take the pants off, I hang them up, and I put the shorts on. That's how it goes. Ace, and that was okay. I mean, it was okay with me. I sort of couldn't, you can't help how you are seeing and how you're finding attraction in the world. I think primarily, yes, like it was fine insofar as I was like, well, I have friends who can relate, so it felt safe when I was a kid. Damn, Sofa, y'all got like, that was like the culling. Everybody got run at once. That's nuts. Chris, yeah, you can't call in a bomb threat to school. Like that's even there's some things that I'm just like, yeah, you really should not do that. That's a really bad idea. Slight overreaction to not studying. Yes. Bomb threats are, you should not do that. If you didn't study, that's not the course of action that would be the most productive for you, just generally speaking. That's never a good idea. Like, that is never the solution to anything, generally. Dude Mesa, welcome in. Man, fellas, you hit like the sweet spot of like things that were allowed that maybe shouldn't have been. That's funny. You could smoke when you were in. Definitely, that is definitely not allowed anymore. We don't do that anymore. Phoenix, I own one belt. It's a like tactical belt. So it's funny because like I have a couple pairs of clothing that are like there's this brand that's like police and service people focused brand, and I don't love advertising that, like but they make really quality stuff. Like my hiking pants are from there because they're like ripstop and all of that. And my belt is from there too, and it's great. The culling of the stoners. Oh man, harsh. Take the L for the test, Chris says. Yeah, take the L. Don't call in bomb threats. Never a good look. Pasta salad, orzo, tomatoes, bell pepper, broccoli, shallot, herbs, all in there. Pesto was the other thing I wanted to add to this. So that's what the main dressing is going to be here, is pesto. Let me wash my hands while I'm getting through this. I'm gonna finish the chicken here. So I'm making a lot of pasta salad. I never know exactly how much volume is going to be at the end of these things because there's no recipe. I'm sort of like winging it. Baker says, I didn't come out until later in life. My old town was just not a place for that, especially as a young male. Yeah. And I mean, I feel like when I was a kid, it wasn't like, there were sort of like, there were the kids in high school that were like the gay kids who they were out and everybody knew it. Right. And then there was like the whole contingent of people who weren't, who didn't like fit that mold, but also didn't fit the like, you know, the sort of like generic heterosexual mold, right? And I was in the second part of that description, where damn it, just dropped a piece of chicken on the floor. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna rinse that off. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it's just the skin side. Oh, good. Okay, the skin side hit the floor. Perfect. Even better. But yeah, we didn't. And I hung out with all of those folks. Like, you know, those were all part of my group. But I think for myself, I've never really fit either, you know, in either mold, which makes it, in some ways it's more difficult, and in some ways it makes it easier to like mask in certain situations, right? Like I definitely, visibly present as like a heterosexual, like cis white man, and it's very easy to do that. You know, if you put me in a pair of overalls and like a flannel, I can do that. It's harder to do that when I have like my nails when I have my nails painted, especially like a bright visible color. But generally speaking, I can do that, or I can go in the other direction. And so, you know, in high school, I kind of lived in between those things. Oh, fellas, you took your nephew to school and was smoking while you dropped him off, and the teachers were probably, yeah, freaking out. Oh my God, I know. Yeah, you can't do that anymore. Like, sir, this is not a Denny's. The well-fitted shorts. I appreciate the well-fitted shorts too. When you find some clothes that fit you like, and they make you feel comfortable in your own body, the best. No, it's just, I just imagine you like slowly rolling up the window and being like, Phoenix, yeah, I don't love like supporting this particular company, but I don't love supporting this particular company. The pants, you know, I'm not gonna like advertise what they are. I bought them at a Cabela's one day when I like needed hiking pants and I didn't have any, and so they were like the best option there. That wasn't high-end hiking pants. Pockets though, for sure. Cyborg, wow, you're explicitly not allowed to be queer at my private Christian all-girls high school. Like, you get expelled. Yeah, I went to a private Catholic high school, not because I was Catholic, but because my grandparents passed away, and my mom was like, you can go to this school now, basically. I was like, okay, that sounds okay. And it wasn't like it was a thing. Like, I think, I mean, it was still like the late 90s, you know, early 2000s. Of context, I graduated high school in 2002, right? So I started high school the fall of 1998. So like, it was still like, I don't know, the idea, not even idea, but like non-binary, not a thing, right? There wasn't it was like, to be clear, let me be super clear. It was a thing all along, always has been. It was not a thing that ninth graders were hip to or like aware of, right? At that moment, it was like, you gay or you not? Are you gay or are you not? And it was like, no, but like kind of. I don't know. Savory Sailor, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Do we hate AI here? Not particularly, but I don't personally use it. There's nothing that I use it for the channel, and I don't use it in my generalized personal life. I'm not like an advocate for it, but I'm also not a like never, I'm not a like never AI person, because I don't know. Because it can be useful. Ace says, I didn't realize I was gay until uni at about the same time I became an evangelical Christian. Spent the next 9 years trying to squash it. Came out at 29 and only really worked out I was ace in my late 40s. Excellent. Well, it's never too late. That's the thing that is really nice. It's never too late. And, it is nice when you hit the point where you're like, oh, this is who I am. And this is you kind of get, it gives you so much context for like who you were before. And I love that type of learning about yourself. I think it's great. Baker says, I feel crappy sometimes thinking at least I'm straight presenting. Makes me immediately double take on my own thinking. Yeah, totally. I think it is certainly a privilege to be able to bounce between those two worlds, right? Bellis, at least you were nice enough to do the thing that they're asking for. And that probably also makes sense, because like if you're going to be back again, like there's no need to antagonize these folks, right? I can't hear you. What? It's so funny. All right, I was gonna cut this chicken, but I'm shredding it with my hands instead, because that seems easier. 1998 is when I was born. 11. My back. I know, right? I remember 1998. I graduated 8th grade. Graduated 8th grade and started high school. Every Sailor, are you O2 as well? What up? Take your Centrum Silver. Almost time for your Centrum Silver, y'all. Trying to test AI last night and asked, is this joke tasteless? Oh God, that's a good one. That's funny. No, I don't like girls. So you're gay. Wait, no. Right, exactly. And that was the binary that I think a lot of us grew up with. And it's not a good, it's not healthy. And it's not accurate anymore. I think I just didn't know it. No one knew it. Not like, it just wasn't culturally a thing to be like non-binary. Like people were, but no one knew. We didn't have representation in media. We didn't have representation in, the public sphere. Obviously, it's been a thing for, literally all of humanity. Mix, welcome in. Good to see you. He says, I'm still working out what it means to see. I find guys like handsome American Twitch streamers cute, but don't actually want to do anything. That's valid. That's fair. And that just means that you're on, that's just part of the spectrum of attraction. You don't need to feel like you're less than, like you're not measuring up to some standard. That's the nice thing, is like there's no gatekeeping as much. As I think used to be, right? Well, it's 1990. Excellent. I mean, I remember 1992. So, Ace started teaching in 1998. Nice. Mix. I dated someone who insisted I couldn't have any friends because I was pan, so I might sleep with any of my friends at any time, so I couldn't have any. Oh no. What a tragedy that would be. With friends like these. Yeah, obviously that's part of the fucking fun of it. Lemon says, I knew a non-binary person in the 90s, but they weren't out and we didn't really have the words. We were kids. Exactly. Like, you don't have the words for it. That's the thing. Like, society and culture didn't allow for that. And you were just like, oh, what do you You're like, this one kind of looks like a girl. Well, this one kind of looks like a dude. Well, this one I'm not really sure. Are they gay or are they straight? Who knows? And then you just leave it at that. And it's like, oh, okay. And then that person's left in the middle. Like, huh? No? The answer to all of that is no. Chris says, I think I gatekeep myself more than anyone now. Again, with internalized queerphobia. Totally. And I think that is normal for someone. I think that is normal for folks who did grow up in like a timeline where binary really was the option. Again, it wasn't the reality, but it was how you could describe it. Like what was available to you as a child to describe how you felt was not nuanced enough to actually make you feel validated. Nick says, if you can't flirt with your friends, what even is the point? Right? Consensual boundaries. Imagine that. Imagine having those and establishing them with people you care for. Okay. The bot immediately was just like, what's up? AC are my first initials. Oh, cool. Well, that's Ace. That is a nice coincidence, and I'm sure when that sort of came to the fore, it's like, yeah, we'll just keep doing that. Are you meaning non-binary is in gender or is in bisexual or pan? I am meaning it in terms of gender. When I say we didn't have the words to describe it, also, yeah, like I think bisexual was something that was available at the time when I was a kid. You know, you could be like, oh, I'm bi, and like that wasn't uncommon. But if someone when I was a kid was like, oh, I'm pan, no one would have known what that meant. Some politician in Washington was claiming that 5-year-olds are coming out as little girls or something like this and getting operations behind their parents' back. No, that's literally not happening. But that is the narrative in the culture. They're taking the kids and they're taking the boys and they're coming home girls. Shut the fuck up. Crack a book, you idiot. Savory says, my ex-wife was loaded with internalized misogyny and projected out on everyone else. Yeah, some people grow up in a way that is an unhealthy environment to learn how to deal with other humans, and they don't get out of it. Baker, bisexual was the extent in those terms when I was a kid. Yeah, exactly. Joe Rogan lied. Yes, Savory Sarah. Joe Rogan lied to you. Sorry. God, remember when Joe Rogan was on Fear Factor? I liked Joe Rogan for a long time when Joe Rogan was on Fear Factor. And now that he's not on Fear Factor, now that ship has sailed, apologies to Savory Sailor, yeah. I keep getting served Joe Rogan content in my YouTube because he's interviewing, I keep getting served all of the chess people that he interviews. Andrew, not Andy, my best friend has called me Ace for 20 years. That's kind of cool. That is nice that you're just like, well, I'm just going to continue this, and now it means something. Trying to explain pansexuality. Right. No, I'm attracted to you because you check the boxes of attraction for me, not because of what's between your legs or how you present to the world. Yeah, and that's sort of where that's definitely more of my speed is the like, hey, if you check, a couple of these physical boxes for, however you're showing up in the world, I will be physically attracted to you. And if you check a couple of these other boxes, I'll be interested in you in different ways. Like, and I think, it's all a spectrum, and I think it's great. And Velas, yeah, a lot of pansexual people just say that they're bi, because otherwise you have to explain what you're talking about. And if you're not on like, a dating app that helps clarify some of those things, it is not going to sink in. Lemon says, I went to a Joe Rogan comedy show and he was not funny. There's a guy invited by a guy as a first date. Only date. That tracks. Mix. Fear factor always will have a nice place in my heart, but you know, I don't like to admit. I genuinely don't like to admit that. Phoenix says the best way to describe Pan is the unique ability to be rejected by absolutely everyone. It's not easier to get dates like everyone used to think. No, certainly not. Certainly not. It is not. All right, we're adding the orzo in here. We're adding the orzo. Are you checking out my boxes? I mean, that's a good pickup line. I like that one. If I get a haircut and the person cutting my hair doesn't say, "What even is your life?" at least once I failed. I always think it's funny watching people struggle who have this sort of internalized binary, right, that they follow, that they need to assign people to when they're speaking to them, and you have someone who's like demonstrably and very visibly like hit not either direction, and the sort of mental hula hoops that you watch someone's face go through. Oh, delicious. Chris says there are videos of tourists getting angry at local Hawaiian mahus. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. Third gender individuals traditional to the culture, right? Talking about they're influencing their kids to be gay and trans. Like, get out and off my island if you can't wrap your mind around our culture and what's existed for hundreds of years before you were afraid of your gay kid coming out and blaming it on Hawaiians instead of your bad parenting. Right. I'm not sure what my point was. You don't need one. I'm with you. Yeah, the folks who don't get it, like genuinely don't get it, and then they project all sorts of crazy shit on other people. Another funny thing is when you straight fans go, "Are you attracted to me?" and you tell them no. And they breathe a sigh of relief and they're like, "Wait, but why? Why not? What's wrong with me?" And you're like, "Sorry, you still check all the boxes for me." I've often had to introduce my straight friends and to the people I'm introducing them to, and tell the people I'm introducing them to I'm not having sex with this person. They're just my friend. You're like, "Yes, this is just a friend. This is not a play partner. This is a friend. This is a friend who I haven't slept with. This is a friend who I have." Marianne, welcome in. Mystery Mayhem, welcome in. Damn, it's a huge pasta salad. It is a huge pasta salad. It's meant to serve 8 people, so it's substantial. Mick says, "I grew up watching Disney princess movies and so much heteronormative and monogamy, and yet here I am, little non-binary pan poly bean. It's almost like the indoctrination isn't real." Well, yeah, I mean, people are like, you know, they're taking the kids and they're making them, you know, they're making them gay from the TikTok is turning them queer, and it's like, shut the fuck up. Again, just read, like, just pretend for one moment that you know how to read a book, and then do that, and then you will understand where all these folks are coming from. All right, do I have more pesto in here somewhere? I do. No, schools are not giving kids operations. They're not. That's not a thing. It's literally not a thing. It's provably false. Like, that line is, like, if someone parrots that line to you, they're probably not going to get, you're probably not going to get back into the, you're probably not going to pull them back to the point where they will see your point. It's just, it's sad, but that is the nature of it. Like, if folks are parroting out that literally insanely inaccurate thing, you're not getting to them. Lemon says, I saw an interesting take recently that bad Christians are very against gays because it gives them a sin to focus on outside of their own domestic abuse, child abuse, etc. And churches rely on the unpaid work of women, so queerness threats that. This is true. This is true. Lots of places rely on the unpaid labor of women and parents. But yeah, I like the like sin to focus on outside of like whatever other nonsense people are up to. TikTok isn't turning them queer; it's just turning them stupid. That is probably also true. All right, this is looking good. They're eating the dogs. No, they're not. No, they're not. God, I was talking to someone the other day. A normal human, someone who I considered a normal, well-adjusted person, who said to me very directly that they believed that the restaurants in a certain part of our city, an ethnic part of our city, were taking dogs off the street and eating them. And I was like, it was a really weird moment for me, because I was like, I've had conversations with this person, like many conversations. They've never indicated anything like of that nature. And I was like, where did you hear this? And why do you believe this? Like, what? Like, I was like, it was genuinely upsetting. Turning the frogs gay, all them gay frogs. Gotta watch out for the gay frogs, that's true. It has become frustratingly transphobic in the UK case, and certainly the recent developments and news are not going in the right direction. It is an odd thing to believe in parrot back. Yeah. If I was a worm, would I still be queer? You'd probably be both. You'd probably be, aren't some worms dual sexual? There was a Philadelphia Chinese restaurant that shut down for stealing ducks from the local duck pond. But ducks are normal. They sell them in a. That's like, okay. That is just the, like, you're trying to save a buck to serve something that like is normal. It's the belief that they're taking dogs off the streets of Philadelphia. That was like, what the hell are you even talking about? Ace says, the interviewers and some politicians love to ask, can a woman have a penis? As a gotcha question. A trans streamer I follow pointed out that it's always a bad faith question with no answer that can be right. Totally. Right. No, I mean, I was talking to someone the other day, and they were talking about how the conversation with their parents is basically like, I don't get it, and I don't really want to talk about it. But like, live your life if you want. However you want to live your life is fine, but like, I don't want to discuss it. And I feel like from a boomer / older generation perspective, if that's the point that you can get the folks in your life to, that's kind of okay. As long as they're not disparaging it. And I'm like, hey, are you worried about someone else being in the bathroom with you? If no, then like you're on the right side of this conversation. If that makes sense. Right, Lemon. They just transferred their racism to a different a different like flavor of human. So frustrating. Eating a local duck is normal Chinese behavior. Urban foraging is common. Totally. We have a quick ad break coming up, so we're gonna run that here and play a game of words on stream. I can't pause it any longer because Twitch won't let me. So we're gonna have a 3-minute ad. We're gonna play with some words of stream. We'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, Twitch is like, we're running an ad. We can't do it.
Hi. Welcome to
Okay.
another edition of Commercials I Hate.
God. I really hate that. See, this is when I'm annoyed at having the ad manager on, because like I don't want to drop. I find this conversation to be fascinating and interesting, and I love talking about all of this. So having an ad forced in the middle of that is super annoying. Anyway. A mechanic on Instagram say reseller. It's great. I mean, I just, I feel like we should just be at the point where like I wish we were at the point where like it wasn't even a thing, where it's like, this person is who they are. Like we don't need to call out that they're trans or non-binary or whatever. Like they just get to exist, and happily. How to choose the right outfit for a pap test. Oh my god. And other worldly concerns. All right, while we're getting through, I'm salt and peppering these. We got 2 more 4-letter words going on here. We got 1 more 4-letter word. There it is. Hey, good job, y'all. Very nice. Cleared another board. We can get 1 more. I do like the words on stream though. When we don't run ads, I don't generally run words on stream, and I do like that we have words on stream. Okay, I'm salting. I peppered this. Now I'm salting it because I put all these vegetables in with no seasonings. So we're just adding maybe about 3 teaspoons of salt to this because there's quite a bit of volume in here. Okay. Looking good. What time is it? 15:17. Oh, cool. That number. That's a good number. I like that number too. We're talking about like numbers that tickle your brain the right way. 15:17 is one for me. If you were on Twitch, you were experiencing an ad break, and now you're not. Welcome back. Yeah, hell yeah, y'all. We got a slow start with the words on stream today. We're picking up steam now. Feeling good. Feeling good. Congrats. Another cleared board. All right, we're back. During the little break there, I added salt and pepper to this bowl, and that's it. Then I stirred that in. The media kind of drums up a lot of this. And I said right kind of as the ad started running that I do. It's frustrating to me that like in our culture and kind of globally that like if you're trans, it's sort of like a thing that people will note about you, no matter how much or how little of your identity you actually wrap up in being trans, right? Like there's plenty of people out in the world who are trans and just don't want to like be a poster person, right? For that, they just want to exist. I think it's definitely it's frustrating this to like when you consistently put people in the spotlight and they just want to live their life. Okay, this is very good. I'm kind of happy with this. I'm going to add More olive oil. More olive oil. We'll mix that in. Gwen is coming up to feed the cats. Are you coming up to feed the cats here? Okay. It is kitten time. Yes. It is kitten time. So what we're going to do... Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. For kitten time, it's kitten time on stream. We're going to... I'm moving my camera here. Oh God, they're making noise and wiggling. Fuck. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to add our stove camera to the mix. There we go. Add our stove camera to the mix. Okay. And now we just have kittens. Now we just have a box of kittens on the stream. Ed Banger, hello. Welcome in. Should we have it like this instead? I feel like this would be better. Hold on. There we go. Okay. We're just gonna leave it like this for now. While I finish seasoning this pasta salad. I told Gwen earlier today. I was like, "Hey, if you're bringing these cats upstairs, I'm just gonna put the camera on the cats, and that'll just be streamed for a little while." Well, Chris says my cute aggression, intrusive thoughts tells me to put one in my mouth. I know. Intrusive thoughts are fun, aren't they? When you're like, what would happen if I did this? But I get it. That is to say, I get it. I forget who's the largest now. I think Gray might be the physically largest. But we have three cats currently. These are Fosters. They will be 3 weeks old this weekend. Ace, these are not our cats yet. They are our cat. They're Gwen is fostering them. So they are our I say our as if I have had a single thing to do with these cats. They are our responsibility until they are 8 to 10 weeks old. They are big enough to need a new box. They're just about walking around. So if you see Calico, she's like moving around right now. And they're starting to look more like cats who walk around. The orange one is super cute. So the gray one is from the shelter. The gray one's name is Heathbar. There's Heathbar. The orange one in the bottom right is Cadbury. And then the Calico one is Payday. They're named after candy bars for some reason. We're in the process of trying to come up with better names for them at the moment. Ace says, the Royal Navy ads on Twitch have been replaced by acne serum. Amazing. Okay. God, this is good, but it's still like, I feel like it still needs more pesto in it somehow. I don't think it will though. Yeah, Ed, we're they might be a foster fail, they might not. I'm not really sure. The gray one looks brown. The gray one is, it's funny because the Calico, they're definitely like siblings. The gray one and the orange one combined are the Calico one. Mix, nice. Very nice. And the mewing is certainly fun. I've lost all momentum. Any momentum that I had is gone, which is what happens. They're almost able to climb out of the box now. I think if they really tried, they could climb out. The box, for example, for reference, size-wise, if I put my, like, gray is, let's see. Yeah, it's that deep. So it's pretty deep. I mean, they'd have to do like a full stretch to get out of here. They would definitely have to do a full stretch to get out of there. Cat at dad's. Yeah, that would be a good one. We could do that. Banana for scale. Oh God. Okay. Please don't judge me on the state of the banana. But that's a sizable, pretty sizable banana against these cats. They're like, what is that? Why? They're very confused. That's not a toy. It is big. That's a fine banana. There's a reason it's still around. No, they're growing, Mix. They're getting bigger. They're getting much bigger every day. They're eating a lot more now as well. Like they're very they're eating a ton. Calico had a little scare. Calico had a little like health scare a couple days ago. But she's come through and is much better now. Health scare meaning she wasn't eating and they thought she might have pneumonia. I'm guessing she didn't because, you know, but they're all in good health at the moment. And I will say that I have absolutely nothing to do with that. These are Gwen's current obsession / project / charge. And please don't judge me on the state of the banana. Is that a rotten banana in your pocket, or where are you going with that comment? Nowhere, apparently. Okay, stock pot. So while we're observing kitten happenings, I'm gonna take the chicken from my tray here, and we'll move the chicken over to. I'm gonna take the chicken. This is my taco chicken, so I'm taking this off of the bone. I'm gonna put the bone in the stock pot because we're gonna make some stock this afternoon. And once the chicken bones are in there, I can actually start the stock because that was what I was waiting on, was the chicken. So we're gonna take this meat and shred it by hand and put that in a bowl here, and then we'll eventually just put that into a larger container. Nick says we're all still terrible people. Well, we're all here together, so enjoy. All right, Gwen is back. We're gonna the kitten feeding will commence. So you're gonna see a sort of disembodied hand come in, the hand of the feeding come in and grab one of the cats out of the box here, and where's
my scale?
Scales over on the counter here.
Hi, baby.
Tidy Whiteys, welcome in. Welcome in. Mix the claw, exactly. They get plucked out of the box, and then they are, you know, fed and weighed, and their butts get wiped, and then they get stuffed back in the box, and then they sleep for another couple hours. That's the life of a kitten, which seems like a good one to me. But yeah, they can't go to the bathroom on their own yet. They need like stimulation. manual stimulation to go to the bathroom. They can't quite walk on their own yet. They're still like little beans, just kind of wobbling around. But they're getting there. They're about to start walking, like for sure. Probably another day or two. Yeah, but the butt wiping of the kittens is like has to happen. And typically a mother cat would do that, but they're not. They don't have a cat around. They just got Gwen, so they got Gwen in a yeah. They got Gwen in a soft cotton cloth. If you're looking for the thermometer, it's oh, okay. Okay then, never mind. Yeah, mother Gwen. Gwen's been talking about fostering bottle feeding kittens for years. And this is the first round we've ever had. So I see that maybe this will continue into the future. I also think that we may need to take a break of a month or two between bottle feeding kittens so that Gwen can get some sleep, but I will leave that up to her. Mix, excellent. You're populating a cat colony. That sounds fun. That does sound fun. While we are kitten camming, I am continuing to just take this chicken off the bone, shred the bits into a bowl by hand, and then put the bones into the pot for stock, which we're going to set on the stove to simmer here in just a few minutes with the rest of the bones that I have in the freezer from previous chickens, as well as a bunch of aromatics and sort of other stuff, types of stuff. What's up? What do you need?
Nothing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Baker, Gwen's not sleeping. That's how's Gwen sleep? It's not. You have not slept more than 4 straight hours in almost 3 weeks now. You are on the edge of delirium and really need to let me help.
Don't tell me what I need to do.
I'm not, listen, don't. I just, one of these, I just don't want you to like pass out, you know? Have I or Calvin bottle fed any of them, Liz? No, we have not. We're not allowed to. I've asked. I've tried.
I'm sick. It's been hard.
I know, but like,
You could probably do it now.
I'm sure I could. I could have done it all along.
What are you putting up?
Yes, I could. Alley Cat, welcome in.
Question.
Okay, Carly, welcome in. Interesting, Mix. This sounds like a prescriptive process that maybe you've like been familiar with before. Ooh. All right. Anything you can do, I can do better. No, Baker, I mean, really, it's like, you know, initially Gwen was like, I'm, you know, figuring out how to do this and learning the techniques and blah, blah, blah. And then like one of them was a little sick and then like another one was a little sick. And then, so they're all just like, it's just kind of, you know, it's like having a newborn child in some ways where they have to eat all the time. And there's always like, they're very delicate. That's all.
I can't do it.
Yeah. And you know, and exactly like a newborn child, dad can't possibly help. That was said with severe sarcasm, by the way.
Who's first?
Yeah, Mix, exactly. It's not like she doesn't trust, you know, it's just like she's keeping track every couple of hours of their like moment to moment health, and giving that up for like 8 hours would be tough. But I think the next go round, the next time we have bottle feeding kittens, I need to be in this from the beginning.
Well, you get some then.
I don't want any. That's the thing.
Well, then
You're the one that.
you hijack my kitten.
I'm not trying to hijack your kittens, Gwen. I'm trying to make sure that you get some sleep. It has nothing to do with the cats. It's literally nothing to do with the cats. You're not fine.
Yes, I am. I need you to stop being an asshole.
See? Not fine.
I need you to stop being an asshole.
Chris says they have to eat all the time and they're delicate. Like, same. Yes. Amber, dinner sounds good. Despite my intolerance for eggplant, I love it. I love eggplant dishes. I always kind of wish I could have eggplant and not feel indigestion afterward. Yeah, mix, exactly. It's like, what happens if during that feeding, something was different, right? And I didn't notice it. And then, 8 hours later, right, exactly. Like I totally understand why you want to maintain the kittens situation. Like I'm not saying I don't get it. I'm saying that I would love it if you had some sleep. That's what I'm saying. Has nothing to do with the cats.
What the hell? Ounces? That was scary.
Yeah, if you're used to weighing them in grams, ounces is going to look weird.
200 grams.
Yeah, change it to grams. You got this. Yeah, and I envision that the kitten scenario will continue into the future. Yeah, mix. It's exactly like you get in it and you're the one who's knowing all the nuance,
You didn't watch all the YouTube videos.
Gwen says I didn't watch all the YouTube videos. I did not watch all the YouTube videos. That is true. Although they might have been watched on my account on the television, thereby destroying my algorithm. I need to report an attempted kitten hijacking. Amber, I always love cooking for other people. Is so fun. It's one of the things. It's one of the, like, as someone who likes cooking, I can understand that. I can understand that sentiment. Cooking for yourself is always interesting, and like when you get to cook for other people, it's lovely. Yeah, mix, exactly like that. You have to hold this bottle a little higher or he'll drown. Yeah, and I won't know that.
Exactly.
Yeah, and like
Whoever that is knows what they're talking about.
MX Phoenix Dog. Mix has been around for a long time.
Phoenix.
Yeah, you know who they are. It is. Yeah, and I think my point is I just want to take like the morning feeding, right? So you can sleep in. That's my like ultimate goal. Like I get up so Calvin can go to school.
Wake up and be dead.
I feed them. They're not going to wake up. Yeah, if there was anything that was amiss, I would get you up.
It's too late.
I know. It'd be too late, and they'd already perish.
Now, he's not eating. He's just biting. Would you know what to do? You wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Would I know what to do? I'd change positions. I don't know. Just like a baby. What do you mean? You change positions. You move things around. You move the cat. You move the bottle.
Ginger ale.
You take a break for a moment. Baker says, "What if I do it on stream? And there's an emergency. Everybody can signal you."
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, Baker, the sharing of the food is ideal. But like having someone appreciate what you make is always quite nice. Don't put the kitten in here. This is for tacos.
Tacos.
For our trip. Yeah. You're welcome to go.
Yeah, just bring my Zoom with me.
Nick says I have to go out for one afternoon to miss one bottle, and I left 10 pages of instructions for one bottle time. That tracks.
For a child or an animal?
For an animal.
Kind of.
Mix, what was that for? Was that a lamb? You said a lamb? Was that for the lamb, or is that a different scenario? Mix lives on a farming situation, so has like lots of different baby animal experiences. That was a lamb. Okay. Multiple baby animal, different types of baby animals. Yeah, gray and calico or calico and orange are just chilling right now. Gray's in the middle of getting a bottle and a wipe. A wipe and a bottle, actually, in that order. Avo, your grandma had an elk farm? That's unique. Could you approach them? Were they still wild? Like, I'm imagining in a farm situation, they probably are like a little bit more domesticated. Not domesticated, but like they're encultured to humans. That sounds great. Yeah, the Mary's Milk Monsters channel. That's a good channel. I love that one. That's a good like lurk channel. Bottle feeding an elk is fun. That's wild. Boris, we got cats. These are foster cats. They are about 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks old at this point. They are, yeah, they're fosters. We got them when they were 1 day, 2 days old, and they've been here since. They are siblings. These three all came from the same litter. All right, I have now dumped all the chickens in the container. I dumped the chicken juice from the tray. And I'm gonna wash my hands now, and I'm gonna season that chicken a little bit more with some of the dry seasoning that we have. And then I may end up making some sort of a sauce or something for this, to make them like a little bit moister or like wetter. Not like a barbecue sauce, but I may just like put a bunch more spice in there and add some like olive oil and just to add additional moisture to it, for when I cook these at the campsite. But we'll see. True caretaker. My mom had chickens. Watching them go from hatchlings to layers or roosters was fascinating. I bet. And it happens so quick with like younger animals like this. Like they get to be full-on adult animals. The timeline is so wildly different than like people. It's incredible. Dan, enjoy your Indian food. What'd you get? We were talking about vindaloo earlier today. Baker, I agree. It is motivating. How much money do we have to pay to buy an exclusive cat cam? Well, I mean, Gwen has a camera in the basement. You could fire that up and just do that for stream. We could just leave the cats here all afternoon, but they do need to have the box. Like when they sleep, it like they get in the they're put in the dark. Oh my God, Mix. That's so cute. And that's exactly what we're talking about. All of that with the sort of nuance of like, this is how this one animal is, you know, this is the way that they exist, and you have to like recognize that, and I think that's sort of the like where the I don't want to let someone else feed you or like take care of you in this moment comes into play for sure. Yeah, a night vision cat cam would be cute. But they basically they've been living in this box for 2.5 weeks at this point, like the same box. There's underneath of where they are, there's a little there's a sock filled with rice that gets warmed up in the microwave, and then there's also a warming pad that also gets microwaved and sort of stays warm for hours at a time. Behind the back of the Emporium. Well, this is, so to be fair, the camera that's on the cats right now came from the Recipe Reborn Streamerama Emporium. It is from that very same. So I'm going to add, what I'm doing right now is adding a bunch of this spice. I'm adding it with a little bit of olive oil, and I'm going to mix it around, and then I'm going to pour that in to the chicken, and then we'll add, I'll just put that in a container. I'll put that in some containers, and that'll be ready. It's pretty good. Dan, you ordered chicken tikka masala and garlic naan. Excellent. Potato appetizer. There's a nice cauliflower appetizer that I really like from our local Indian spot. It's like fried cauliflower. Yeah, the inflatable Koopa lets you know that you've made that you've entered the right location. All right. So I'm adding, essentially I'm just making like a little like oil. I just put the spices in some oil so that they would spread out a little better and coat the chicken more. I feel like I might want to do a little bit more of that. I'm going to try a piece of this, because I don't want to put barbecue sauce in here or any of that type of thing, but I want it to be a little saucier than it is. Beep Boop Beth, welcome in. Kittens indeed. These are foster cats. They are being fed currently. So the calico one is now in the shop getting everything done. All right, I'm going to add a little bit more of that. So this basically it coated the chicken. So we've got some nice looking like chicken here. I am going to add just a little tiny more, and that's it, I think, and that'll be good. When I reheat this in the pan, I'll add a little water to it, and it'll help kind of keep everything moist. And this tastes great. We poop them. Yes, they have been, well, Calico's actively getting its butt wiped. Her butt wiped. After our conversation earlier, I feel, I don't know, I want to let Calico identify as however Calico wants. We were talking about gender binary, Glenn, earlier. And just that spectrum. Yeah, Velos, I don't have, like, I don't really know all the things that pertain to kittens like that. I think when Gwen was like, yeah, you gotta wipe their butt because they can't poop on their own, I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean they can't poop on their own? They can't. They won't. They just will scream. They'll scream at you until you touch them on the bottom, and then they explode.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, or they're being, yes, they're currently being emptied. Exactly. All right. Chicken's looking good. More to the point, the chicken tastes really good. I'm kind of just, I want to get it like a little saucier than it was, but I don't want to add like a barbecue to it. So I'm kind of adding some olive oil and herbs. All right, let's give this a final, not final, but let's give this another taste. Good. Has some heat to it, but not a lot. I think this chicken's good. All right. Beautiful.
Come on, man.
Let's get this in a oh, sorry. I didn't bump the cats. I just bumped the camera. I'm like freaked out. I made it.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
They're fine. We're not worried. They're good. The cats are good. All right. I'm gonna put the pasta salad in here. Put the chicken in here. Good. Okay. Calvin's bong just fell down the steps. Bong is a form of it is a weapon that he uses in karate. His what? Yes, exactly. I knew I immediately needed to make a clarification there. It is the bow staff. The thing that Donatello uses, you know, the Ninja Turtle, it's that. It's called a bong. And I promise you, it is not what it sounds like. He's 9. Well, we're very progressive around here. What, you didn't get your first bong when you were 9? Actually, he got his first bong when he was 8. If we're being precise. Today I learned I've been doing karate for years. Yeah, it's not that, but I must admit, as a relatively enthusiastic stoner, I giggle literally every time. Literally every time when I'm in class and watching, and the instructor's like, "All right, get your bongs." I'm just like, because I'm still just like a child. Actually, instead of like, I'm more like, but anyway. All right, pasta salad. We're gonna make a big bowl of this pasta salad, and then whatever doesn't fit in this container will go in the fridge to just stay at home. And the next thing that we're making is the cookies. Actually, no, we're gonna cut up the onion that I want to have for the burgers and the tacos. We'll cut that up next because I've got my cutting board out already. So it's got a big old container of pasta salad here. And this is going to be like probably adult lunch. The kids will probably have sun butter and fluff and honey and banana sandwiches. But I know one of the folks that's going on the trip was like, "Are you gonna make pasta salad again? It's always really good." And I was like, "Yeah, sure." So, yeah, in class they're like, "All right, kids, go get your bongs." I'm like, "Blaze it." Yes. No, I'm usually very under control in the class. We're gonna leave around 1. I'm going to take him out of school early and go. Because I want time to set up the tarp before anyone gets there. Because otherwise they'll be in the way. Yeah, I want to set up some of the campsite before anyone else gets there. Because then when they get there, it's like, okay, now everyone's in my way. And I like to have the space for cooking set up before other people claim space for like their tent to go places. We have a couple campsites, but sorry, we're in the cabinet and we're moving things. This is what the floor in the house looks like. These are my shoes. Wait, that's not gonna work. Where are we? Here comes Calico back into the box. Hold on. Let me recenter here. Yeah, Mix, when you become an adult, especially when you become a parent, you realize like all this weird stuff about your childhood that like your parents were hiding from you, and not necessarily intentionally, but just like, you know, when you're a kid, you don't realize that your parents have these like rich and full lives outside of you. Well, so, you know, sort of rich and full. You know, when you're a child, you're like the center of your own world, and that is fine. But then you sort of, you know, like there's certain things that you share with your kids, and there's certain things that you obfuscate instead of clarifying, and it's just kind of how being an adult is. Who is that? Gray?
On my hand.
Yeah, that happens. Ooh, Mix found a new word, or maybe not a new one. Have we had gams before? I feel like we have. Yeah, Mix, and your kid worldview is really narrow. Although I think, you know, like Calvin gets a lot, not necessarily a lot more exposure, but I think that from Gwen and I, he gets a lot more honesty and like directness. Like there was one time a couple months ago when like he saw my little bowl, right? Like the glass bowl I smoke weed out of on the counter, and he's seen it before, and he's like, you know, what is that? And instead of not telling him what it was, or being like, I'll tell you when you're older, or like, oh, it's an adult thing or whatever, like I explained what it was, because I'm not trying to hide it. Like I don't need it to, I don't know, I don't need him to grow up wondering about stuff like that and finding it out from someone else. It's the finding it out from someone else that scares me more than anything. Liz, is just catting a category still? It was a category for April Fools. I don't know if is it still available? Oh man, that's cute. If you switch us to just catting, Liz, please switch us back at some point, because I'll forget and it'll just be that for the next 2 months until someone mentions it.
Where are the kitties, Dave? Go see the kitties.
Yeah, Daisy, put your face in there. Daisy, you want to say hi to the cats? Daisy, come on, come here. You want to see? Come here, you can see the kitties. Come here. Daisy girl, come on. Daisy, you want to say hi? No, she does not. She wants to say hi really bad, but she's not. I think she does. She's just curious. She keeps coming around. She's not like shy about it. We do have some carrots for Daisy though, so once we're finished.
Put a carrot in the box.
No, because then she might open her mouth. I'm absolutely not putting a carrot near the box.
Come here. I want to see the kitties. Who's that? Come on. She's scared of them.
She's very apprehensive of them, that's for sure. Her experience with cats has not been a good one, so
I don't think she knows those are cats.
I think that she knows that they're delicate aliens that she's just not sure about.
What is this? What's in there? It's a kitty. Aw, almost. There's the kitties. The kitties.
Yeah, look at them though. They're definitely ready for bed.
Come here.
she's constantly licking.
Can you hear the licking noises on the stream?
Yeah, Velos agreed. Like, what a lovely life. They just get their butt wiped, they get fed, and then they get to go back to bed. Like, who doesn't love that? Really. All right, let's get this stock on the stove, because now I've got all of my vegetables are done. I did the chicken, I've roasted it, I've seasoned it, I shredded it, I've stored it, I've made the pasta salad, I've stored that. I need to get the onions together, and then we'll make the breakfast cookies, and then we're gonna make dinner for the house for tonight. So that is the run of the show for the rest of the time today. Let's get some water in my stock pot here. I just took my frozen stuff out of the bag and put that in the pot. So I'm gonna add some water. All right, incoming. There we go. And we'll let this simmer for the rest of stream. I'll filter this later, and then we'll get that stored. I don't need this for anything today. It's not being used. The stock is just for later. It's not being used for anything this afternoon or today, so I don't really not like worried about it. Liz, I did not decide. We have plenty of spaghetti noodles, so I might just use that rather than try for the broken lasagna noodles. Yeah, I'm gonna just make pasta for dinner.
Spaghetti for dinner?
Yeah, pasta. Well, it's gonna have red sauce.
And are we like
Shaky cheese?
or something?
I don't know. I don't know what's in it. I'm just gonna make a.
Beef in it or something?
No, listen. It's not gonna have bean paste. Not well. I don't know. I'm gonna look in the fridge. We'll see what's in there. No mushrooms. Well, the thing is, like, I have red sauce that's in the fridge right now that I'm just going to use. So whatever's in that is what's going in it. And I'm just going to make pasta. It's not a,
You could put a kitten in there.
we're not making a complicated recipe. You could have put a kitten in where? In this pot?
Yeah.
Wow. We could put a kitten in the pot. You could make stock out of the cats. They would probably be terrible, actually. I was thinking of the broken lasagna noodle pasta, though. It's what is it? It's they're no cook or they're no boil lasagna noodles, which is my hesitation. Is that they're probably not the right thing
Ew,
to use.
okay.
What?
I don't know.
What? Just say it.
They're in the way.
In the way of what?
Mickey.
I mean, they've been in the way.
I know, but I haven't needed to do something.
Yeah. Baker, you did a broken box pasta dinner just a couple of days ago. It's the no boil aspect that has me a little bit like, I might just save those for lasagna. Right now, though, I want to make some cookies. Oh, he does. Orange has Rudolph holding him.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
Yeah, Orange is done.
He just, yeah. The gray and orange didn't drink that much the first time, so I gave him seconds.
Here we go.
Overflowing. They got into the double digits. Oh my god, how did he even get like that, Rudolph?
I have no idea how I got like that. But yeah, now they're all... See, now they're all asleep. Like, this is just... It's just going to be like this now for a while. So cute. It is very cute. I agree. All right. Let's do these onions, because that is... that's going to be next. What do I put these onions in? Okay, we're gonna put these onions in. We got 1 and 2. Gwen's like, show me the kitties, and Daisy's like, I do not give a shit. Yes, make
Good girl.
her think of food when she's near the kittens. Good. That's good.
Do you want to keep them here?
No,
Scared of them.
no, I feel like I feel like the box probably should be closed and then yeah. Okay.
Hi.
Okay. We're closing up the cat box. Gwen's closing up the cat box.
My briefcase.
Yeah, the briefcase. What's the okay?
What? Why do you look like that?
I have a where is the weirdest place that you've taken those cats in the past 2 weeks? This box has gone some places. Your
Anyone comes
office?
to work with me?
Yeah, your office. You took them.
Mini golf.
Gwen took them mini golfing. That did happen. She took them in the box to the mini golf course.
You were streaming all day.
What was I doing that day? Was that the market day?
Streaming.
Yeah, but was that? I don't remember which stream that was. Oh, that was the Southeast Asian market with John. Okay.
Hey, bud.
The cats may be back. By the way, it's only 1600. It's 4 p.m. Yeah, the cats may be back. We'll see. It's exactly it's 4:06 p.m. What did the kittens score on the mini golf? Nothing. Fuzz. They're just fuzz balls. I do not believe that they were conscious during the playing of the mini golf. I think that they were just in the box asleep. But the cats may be back, and they will be here again. I mean, they're living in the house. They're currently living with us, so they're. If we don't catch them again on stream today, we will certainly catch them again on stream at some time, because they are getting fed every few hours. And if I'm streaming for more than 2 hours, which is pretty typical, that means they're going to be around during that time at some point. All right, I'm just putting the rest of these onion slices. Yeah, kitten content will continue, I think. I also feel like once the cats are a little older and moving about and playing and all that, I had the thought of having another just chatting stream and doing something with them being present. I think it would be fun. State park, fellas. Always a state park. Especially with kids, the state park is the easiest because there's bathrooms, there's water, there's facilities, the playground and the facility, the bathroom, the nearby bathroom are important. Pretty much every time I'm going camping, I am going to a state park or a state forest, or something that is similarly appointed. I often we'll often do a state forest instead, especially in New Jersey. New Jersey has a lot of a large prevalence of state forest as opposed to state park, and that's always fine too. They're usually the Jersey ones anyway are usually as similarly appointed as a state park in PA. That's not true. The state parks in PA are beautiful, and the ones that have a lot of family camping are they've been doing a lot of work on them in the past couple years. I've noticed now when I'll go back to a park, I'm like, damn, this is so much improved from 2 or 3 years ago. Was the cabin that almost burned down. I was telling that story to the guy at the Subaru dealership the other day. We take our car to the dealership to get serviced, more than I would like. And I was like, I took the car over there, needed to get it dropped off. I was picking up a loaner, and he was like, I was telling him about the story about the fire in the cabin, because that car that I had at the time was a loaner and had a much better wheelbase, higher. Basically, it was like a more robust car than the one I have. And I was like, yeah, you know, the reason that I was able to get out and get, you know, help so quickly was because I could, like, you know, go full speed down these back roads without worrying about bottoming out. And like that most certainly shaved like 20 to 30 minutes off of my time getting actual assistance. So kind of nice. Making the campsites closer together, fellas. I don't like that. I do like when they are, I do like the renovations though. I definitely support renovations on the state park side. My ideal state park is one that has a camping pad. I love that a lot of the parks are putting in a, instead of having like just a sort of free-for-all situation of where do you put your tent, they have a flat surface now instead, and it's like a dedicated space for a tent, which is so much nicer. And they're big enough that like even the largest tent that I have a pretty substantial, I have a 6-person tent with a pretty substantial footprint that I use for often. That's usually my summer tent, and mostly it fits on those pads perfectly. And I can't imagine having a tent with a much larger footprint than that. The ones that are just RV sites are fascinating now because they're very. I often in the shoulder months, like the winter, you know, where it's like, you know, I'm camping in February or something. Often I will be the park is closed down for all but like one campsite or one loop. Generally speaking, state parks campsites are segmented into like loop A, loop B, and there's, you know, anywhere from 10 to 40 sites in a loop. In the winter months, usually there's like one loop that's open. And so often it's just me in a tent, or me and Calvin, and then everyone else is in their RV. This is kind of funny. Uncommon, welcome in. Velos, the tent pads are great. It's one of those things where like I'm already at a state park. It's already, you know, I'm already feeling a little bit like I'm glamping, and having a dedicated tent pad space is so much nicer than like trying to clear out rocks and sticks and shit in the ground underneath of where your tent is going to go, which is mostly the experience that I have. Have you ever done beach camping? I have not, actually. I've never camped. That's not true. I did when I was a kid, but I have not, as an adult, done any beach camping. There's a few. Yeah, most parks close down for the winter, just because like the facilities are, you know, keeping the facilities open is probably more expensive than not, especially if you have running water that is not insulated. A fair amount of beaches in California. Several state parks, and there's we're very close to Delaware here, and there's a lot of available camping in Delaware that is beach. Delaware and Maryland, actually. Maryland has some beach parks. All right, we're going to take a quick words on stream break here. We're running up against it. When we come back, we're going to give Daisy some carrots, and then we're going to make some cookies. So stick around, because we're about to have another type of animal on stream, a much older version of a different species. What did I do with the chicken today? I made shredded chicken for tacos with taco seasoning and vindaloo, and I added it to the pasta salad. Plain to the pasta salad. The pasta salad just had salt, pepper, and olive oil. Okay, here comes a 3-minute ad. Here comes a Game Awards on stream. We'll be right back. Stick around. If you want to follow on YouTube, you will not be getting any ads.
Hi.
Enjoy.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
There we go. All right, I am going to use the bathroom for just a moment here because I had a coffee and now that's what needs to happen. All right, I'm gonna mute my microphone and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Ads are almost finished here. You know what I need to do? I also need to wash a bowl. I'm gonna wash this large bowl because these cookies, I need a large bowl to mix everything in. So let's do that real quick here too while we're waiting. And Daisy is going to get some carrots here in just a second because she was doing real good and I saved them for her. And then I keep saying it out loud. So let's give Daisy some carrots. Hey, if you are on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you during the ads. Thanks for hanging out. Try to keep the ads as least intrusive as possible. If you're new, I generally don't like to do anything during the ads in terms of content. Trademark. Right, bowl is clean. This is good. We're making progress today. Things are going well. I also need to wash a pot to make pasta in. So you know what? We'll get to that in just a moment. We'll get to that when we actually get to the making the dinner part. Right? I don't need to do that right now. All right. Good work. Good work. Let's come on back over. Come on back over down here. Okay. Next is cookies. Oh, no. Next is Daisy. Daisy girl. Daisy, you want a carrot? Oh, you're right here. She's still right here. And she absolutely does want a carrot. Oh, you get Daisy noises now. The other animal in the house is present. Here's Daisy. Daisy's here. Daisy, good girl. You did so well. You're doing so good with those kitties. Yes, you are. Easy. Good girl. Lines is auto-modded? That's funny. I wonder if that was a word that the puzzle was wanting. Okay. Let's see. Can you lie down? Good girl. Easy. Get back up now. Daisy babe. Daisy is 12 and a half. Daisy's almost 13. Daisy will be 13 in the fall. Okay, can we... This, and then wait. Wait. Easy. Good girl. Liz, she just like, yeah, she is very, she slides all around. It's funny when she gets like agitated. Okay. Here we go. I have 2 more pieces for you. Okay. 2 more. 1 you can get for free. Easy. And the other you are going to have to sit for. There's a piece on the floor. Got that? There you go. All right, back up, babe. There we are. Easy. There she is. That's a good girl. Daisy is... She's 12. I know, we're all done. That's it. We're done. Empty hands, see? You show her the empty hands, and she knows that we're serious. She needs grippy socks on common, right? She does. This is your first time seeing Daisy? Daisy is generally lurking around. Cute. Liz, thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate you. Oh, that's cool. You know, that's funny. I was just watching Finite Singularity like just the other day. I love his stream. Aw, thank you, Liz. I appreciate you. Daisy's like, Daisy's out of the picture now. She's Daisy, babe, come here. Come over here. Come here. Come. Turn around. This is a good girl. This is a very good girl. Okay, she's like, fuck you, get out. She's like, stop touching me, we're done here. She just wants to be done. That's so funny. She's now just sniffing around. Exactly, cleaning the floor, Baker. So that's what she's doing. She's cleaning and is a happy little floor licker. One of the although I will admit, one of the most annoying things is when I'm finished making dinner and we're sitting down at the table and she comes around and she starts licking the floor, and the sound of her like big tongue just like hitting the floor over and over is somehow, for some reason, it just like it catches me in a weird way audibly, and I'm just like, can you please stop licking for like just a little bit here while we eat dinner, for God's sake, please. All right, I'll wash my hands. But other than that, she's you know, relatively innocuous. The floor licking, though, the obnoxious floor licking is a bit much sometimes. Yeah, they get this sort of like the tongue just kind of like lolls out of the mouth, and just like her tongue just like hits the floor. It's like dropping a wet something onto the floor, just like a wet. It sounds like dropping a wet sponge onto the floor, and it's kind of gross. All right, we're finished with this. We're finished with the cutting board. We're finished with the knife. For today. Are we finished with all of those things? I believe that to be true. I believe that to be true. Dan, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Every little bit I genuinely appreciate. I said this earlier in stream. But I get my income from freelance things, and including streaming, so it is always really lovely. Bits, subs, financial support of the channel is always appreciated. Liz, thank you for the subs. Dan, thank you for the bits. I appreciate the both of y'all genuinely. Every little bit helps contribute, and I don't generally ask for stuff, but I do appreciate all of it. Let's make some cookies. These are breakfast cookies. Oh shit, I do need the cutting board. I need to cut up an apple. Okay, that's fine. I'll use a different cutting board. That one's already stored and away on the counter. We're making a version of these breakfast cookies from a recipe that I made last week. I'm doubling the recipe again. This says it makes 12 cookies. The original. I'm going to make at least 24. And I had some notes here from last time to add salt. I said try subbing applesauce for vegetable oil. I'm not going to do that because I didn't do any like looking in and research on that today, so I am not doing that. I also put try coconut oil. Let me see if I have coconut oil. If I do have coconut oil, I might do that because these would probably be pretty good with coconut oil because coconut's a great flavor and would enhance this. Have you found rhubarb yet? No, I haven't. Excuse me. I haven't seen it at the market yet. I'm seeing asparagus I'm seeing a lot of asparagus now. I haven't seen rhubarb, but it may. We should be really close to it. Rhubarb is usually like April, May, in this area. Okay. Check boxes. Roasting the chicken. Yes, we've seasoned it. We've shredded it. We've stored it. We've made the pasta salad. We've sliced the onion for the burgers. We've diced the onion for the tacos. We're done with the veg prep. Stock is on the stove. The last thing on my prep list, I have two more things on my prep list. One is to portion out oatmeal. The other is portioning out pancake mix and making breakfast cookies. So let's get these cookies underway because that needs to happen now. That is the next thing to do, and we're gonna do it. General rule for using applesauce as a replacement for oil is 1 to 1. Yeah, I know you can replace oil or eggs, I believe, with applesauce in a recipe. I'm wondering if I should try that today. I'm wondering if I could try that for these cookies because I feel like it. I mean, I need basically a half cup of applesauce, or I need a half cup of I need a half cup of oil, vegetable oil. I think you could use coconut oil. I think coconut would go really well. And I do think I have coconut oil in here somewhere. Oh my God. Looking in this cabinet is a ridiculous like nightmare at the moment. Nothing is where it's supposed to be. Sunflower oil back there. What the fuck is all this? Do I even have a coconut oil? I don't. Maybe I don't. I need to take all the stuff off this shelf and put it back in. That would be helpful here. Yeah, I don't see coconut oil. I have coconut oil on the counter, but not a lot of it. Making a debated experiment in making a cake with just applesauce and flour. I'd be curious how it goes. Thanks for the hype train, y'all. I appreciate it. Hype train ended. Level 2. Amazing. Maybe we will try it today. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll try it using applesauce instead. A cat with sunglasses. That's a cute one. That is a cute one. It's funny because the angle that it is, it almost looks like it's walking upright. But then when you look at it closer, it's not. But it is. It looks like that. Are we for or against maraschino cherries? I'm for. I enjoy a maraschino cherry. All right, oven needs to be at 350, so let's turn the oven back on. I do enjoy a maraschino cherry from time to time. I don't often cook with them. I don't like use them in recipes much. But I do like them. Okay, so we're in a large bowl, stirring together the flour, cinnamon, and baking powder. Then we add the wets, oil, brown sugar, egg, and vanilla. We mix those. Then we stir in the apple, the oatmeal, the shredded cheese, and the dried fruit. I would definitely be open to them for a recipe, Liz. I actually have maraschino cherries in the fridge right now for making that rosamarina salad the other day. I need to finalize that recipe as well, but that one needs less work than the succotash recipe, because the succotash recipe is one I'm making up, whereas the maraschino one is, or the rosamarina salad is one that I'm adjusting for my personal preference. Slightly different. Maraschino, coconut, and pecans. That does sound good. That sounds like a coconut. What are those cookies that are like the coconut? They're just like they're visibly coconutty and they have like a maraschino cherry on top. A macaroon. Yes, that is the word I'm searching for. Okay. I have already measured out the. Not measured out. I've got my ingredients by weight for doubling. So we're just going to do that because I doubled this the last time I made it. Okay. Flour. Sugar, butter, flour. Flour is in. A teaspoon of ground cinnamon.
Sugar, butter, flour, sugar, butter.
That sound lives in my head for free every time I'm doing anything baking related on stream now. All right, teaspoon of cinnamon. I had a note here to add a little nutmeg, so we're going to do that too. Yeah, fresh cherries are good. I want to, I was thinking I wanted to make that retro rosamarina salad that I made the other day. I wanted to make that with fresh fruit in addition to like I made it with the can, but I'd like to try it with fresh as well. I think that'd be pretty good. So I'm gonna add a little nutmeg to this, about half a teaspoon of nutmeg, not as much as the flour. Then I need a teaspoon of baking powder. Confirmed. Grippy socks, yes. I love a grippy sock. Either grippy socks or like shoes in the house for sure. Half a teaspoon of baking powder it calls for, so we need a whole teaspoon of baking powder. And then we'll do, Okay, I'm gonna cut up the apples and cheddar. I'm gonna cut up the apples and cheddar first so that I don't get lost in the sauce doing that. This is ready for the wet ingredients now, so we'll just take a pause. Cut up an apple, cut up the cheddar. And oh shoot, I used my grater. This is the problem with not having done dishes during a longer stream where I'm like making a bunch of stuff, is that things are inaccessible at the moment. Liz, thank you for all the Cookie Club suggestions. I do appreciate it, and I feel like of everyone in chat, in Discord, I feel like, Liz, I feel like you've probably been the source of well over half of the cookies that we've done for Cookie Club, just like in general, and I appreciate it because I don't always have like a good idea. Like, you know, I'm usually like, what am I going to do this month? And I look in and there's like a bunch of great suggestions. And I'm like, great. Cheese. I need a cup and a half of cheddar cheese. Grippy socks for a Christmas present. What a great Christmas present. That's a really good Christmas present. Cup and a half grated cheese. This is Vermont sharp cheddar. It's interesting because this recipe, while it has cheese in it, I feel like you wouldn't know. There's no, it doesn't have a cheesy taste to it. I'm not really sure what the cheese is doing in this recipe exactly. I think that it acts as an additional like binder for the ingredients, but outside of that, I really don't know. Because once they're baked, it's very, you can't tell that there's cheese in it. There's no color differences. It melts and then it's just gone. And you're like, oh, I guess, you say it has cheese in it, but it's like, prove it. And you're like, no, I can't. I suppose I can because there's a VOD of it and I could pull that up and be like, look, you see me putting it in. And people be like, it's AI. It's not real. You're not real. All right, cup and a half of cheddar. It's about a cup and a half. That's good. I'm not going to make the same mistake I did last time, which is to put the cheese back in the fridge. I'm going to go ahead and grate the rest of it, and then I'll put it in a little container. And then I'll just have grated cheese. That'll be nice. See, this is not going to lie. If I wasn't exhausted, I'd make deep fried mushroom, cheese, rice, paper balls. That does sound delicious and slightly time intensive if they're not like pre-made. Uncommon, I have no idea where this recipe came from. The one I'm following. I mean, to be fair, I know exactly where it came from. I got it on the internet from the Nebraska Extension UNL Food website. I know that when I was a kid, like this is a thing that my mom made. She didn't have a recipe for it. She just kind of made it. I mean, I think she had a recipe for it. I think it was just like a standardized, like volume-based measurement that she like had written down, maybe had it in her head somewhere. I don't really know. But this one, I'm trying to get this one to the one that I made it last time and it was good, but it wasn't amazing. I want it to be better. So I'm adding that's why I'm adding a little nutmeg to it. I'm going to add some salt. because it didn't have any salt in it at all. And it was like noticeable that it didn't have salts. Like most cookies have some level of salt in them, regardless of whether they're like salty or not. It helps bring out flavor, and that's a good thing. Okay, that's fine. Speaking of salt, before I forget to do that, I'm going to add, what should we add? Let's add a half a teaspoon of salt to this. Half a teaspoon? Yeah, half a teaspoon. I'm thinking of all the other ingredients in this, and like, yes, half a teaspoon will be fine. We'll start with half a teaspoon, and if they're still not as salty as I want them, then the next time we make it, we'll go up. Okay, just making a note that I did add that to this one. Let's see, added that. We have nutmeg, and so we grated the cheese. The dried fruit is already over there. It's just we're gonna use raisins. You could use whatever. To use a recipe organizer. You know what? I don't. See that? I have tried several times to use paprika, which I know Kanara loves and advocates for, and when I use it, it's great. It's like super helpful, and the system works really well. I don't use a recipe organizing system. My system is a pile of printed out recipes that I organize by dinner, like mains and sides, desserts, and then cookies. That's it. And they're just sort of piled together. And then when I am looking for a recipe that I made before, I leaf through the pile until I find it. It is relatively unorganized and not at all searchable or indexable in any capacity. So that's kind of annoying. Liz, I am going camping over Memorial Day. Memorial Day we've been going to the same spot on Memorial Day. This will be the 4th year in a row. It's just, yeah, we've been going to the same spot basically forever, and we'll be there again. I booked the campsite in June of last year. So I booked it basically like the week after we came home last year. I'm not joking, Velos. My recipe organizing system, I pretty much print everything out. But like, lest you think I'm joking, this is it. Like, this is literally the pile of recipes. Yeah. Mains, beef stew, yeah, yeah. Desserts start here. And then like cookies, all the cookies I've done for Cookie Club are in the back. Literally, there's no organization to this at all. They're in a pile. They're not even in a binder. They used to be clipped together with a binder clip, but the binder clip wasn't big enough anymore. So the thing is that I've been keeping them like this for a long time, and in order to get them into a system like that, I'd have to go back and like find the source or enter them somehow, and like the logistics of doing that feel difficult. Like, it feels like that would take forever, and I just kind of don't want to do that. So I'm in this sort of self-perpetuating scenario, which is annoying, right? Where if I started using, say, paprika full time, all the recipes that I have used to this point would not be in there. And I suppose you could make the case of like, well, when you use it, put it in, and then and then eventually they'll be in there. And I get that. I just haven't. I just haven't. What type of apples are these? These are Gala apples. No, these are Honeycrisp apples. Not even in page protectors. Nope. They're literally a pile of papers that is sitting on my recipe cart or my cookbook cart. Zero organization to them. They're not in any alphabetical order. They are loosely in order by the type of food that they are. I will tell you that they are in order of when I have made them. So like the ones on top are the ones I've made most recently, because when I'm done with them, I just put them back on the top of the pile. This is how it is. Just literally that's how it is. Sugar bee apples. I don't think I've heard of those. What are the traits of sugar bee apples? I love a different type of apple. It's always nice to have a new apple experience. I got these are Honeycrisps, and I got them because they were on sale, and it was like a bag of apples for way cheaper than they were by the each. And I bought these last week. I knew I was going to be making this recipe last week, and I knew I'd need 2 apples for that, and then I was making it for this week, so I was like, okay. And recently Gwen has been on an apple kick and has like demanded, nay, requested that we have apples in the house regularly for just snacking purposes, so I'm happy to oblige. And Honeycrisp are usually more expensive, but this time they were the cheaper version when you bought them in a large bag. Something got the bees and pollination, and they're a Honeycrisp hybrid. Okay. I've the hybrid that I like, the Honeycrisp hybrid that I like is Evercrisp apples. I've seen those recently. They have them at the market pretty regularly, and those are also like a Honeycrisp hybrid. And their traits are that they stay crisp for a long time in the fridge, which is very true. They do stay crisp. Cosmic Crisp. That sounds nice. Anytime you put the word cosmic in front of a food, it makes it sound so interesting. I always feel like it has, for some reason, I just thought of cotton candy. I have no idea why. Lemonade apples. Oh, interesting. I would definitely purchase lemonade apples. I love lemonade and I love apples, so my curiosity would not allow me to not purchase those if I saw them. But by the bag, I might be a little skeptical too. I get it. See, this is now I want apples. Man, what a good snack an apple is. All right, and I've decided I am going to use applesauce in here instead of vegetable oil, because I think it will be tasty and good. So we're gonna do that. Wait, where am I supposed to add the sugar in here? Oh, with the wets. Okay. All right, I've chopped up my apples and cheese, and the raisins are ready to go. So now we can continue with the recipe from where I left off after adding the dries. Beautiful. Where's that applesauce? It is in here somewhere. It's hiding. There it is. It's all the way in the back. All right. Pause. Best if used by October 15th, 2025. This applesauce is apparently a Libra. Half a cup is 122 grams, and I need a half a cup. What do you know? That is, that makes it easier. All right, 132 grams of Brown sugar. Let's get that in. Dark brown sugar. Hold on. Don't start adding. You got to turn the scale back on. 132 grams dark brown sugar. Okay, good. 134. Close enough. And then 2 eggs. Come on. Wow, that one's tough. That one did not want to come apart. 1 egg, 2 eggs, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. Rinse my hands. Where'd that vanilla go? There it is. Yeah, 2 teaspoons. One. And you could add other extracts to this too, like caramel might be a good one. Could have added that, didn't. Could have. Brown sugar, eggs, vanilla. Okay, let's add the applesauce. What do they say? 122 grams. Perfect. Trader Joe's carries lemonade apples. All right. Trader Joe's. I haven't been to a Trader Joe's in a while, but they're I do kind of love going in there. What the hell is this chunky applesauce? The fuck? Sorry. Like a big chunk came out of this, and I was like, okay, I guess it's fine. I'm adding apple chunks to this anyway, but that's annoying. Now I know why this applesauce is still in the cabinet, because it's chunky applesauce, and ain't nobody got time for that shit. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, these like 2 huge apple chunks like fell out of here. I'm like, all right, I can do without you. Let's mix this together first, and then we'll mix the other solid ingredients in. I remember this last time I was like, what the hell? Like, this is so weird. Why is this? There's like no liquid in here, but it ended up coming together okay. So when I made these last week, they turned out really good. Like, they were very, very good. And I'm hoping that this will just be a slightly better version. And if the applesauce works out well, that's way better than adding a half a cup of vegetable oil to it. Oh, I wouldn't say no to it either. I realize it's probably why it's been in the cabinet, is because it's like a not standard version of applesauce. And it's probably why it's still there. That applesauce has been in the cabinet for a while. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I was looking at the expiration date, fully expecting that it would expire soon, or at least have expired already, but it did not. So we move along. Okay, we got all the wets pretty much combined here. Almost all the flour is in. All right. Good. So to this, we're going to add the oil, brown sugar, egg, and vanilla. Mix well. Stir in the apple, oatmeal, shredded cheese, and dried fruit. Apple. Yep. shredded cheese, oatmeal, and dried fruit. I still need to measure out. 1.5 cups of oatmeal. So 3 cups of oatmeal. One, 2, 3, and then a cup of dried fruit. So raisins in this case. Liz, these might be shippable. I would worry because they have so much like fresh stuff in them, like the fruit. But I do think like in general, it's cooked. I think it would probably be fine. Raisins. Here we go. We used the rest of our old raisins on stream for the last time. So now we get to open the nut. We get to open this box. A quarter cup is 40 grams. So 4, 8, 160 grams is 1 cup, right? Yes, 160 grams. The awful thing about raisins is that they stick together in the container, and you kind of have to like coax them out individually, or else the whole thing falls out. There we go. 165. Nope. 62. 160. Jamie, welcome. Good to see you. All right. Done. 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 And now we mix. Finished, finished, finished. All right. Next time we take a break, I gotta get the dishes from the sink into the dishwasher because my sink is full, and I need to clean one of the pots in there so that I can make pasta so that we can have dinner. So y'all should hold me to that next time I say we're taking a break. But now let's mix this in. Chris, welcome back. So this is a this looks super dry, right? Like this is a really weird cookie batter because it is like really dry. It's like making, the last time I made this, someone said it was like making like protein balls or something like that, and that is super accurate. It is exactly like that. You just kind of have to mix until everything sticks together, and then when you make the cookies, you roll them and kind of compress them and then press them on the tray. Jamie, these are not no-bake cookies. You do bake them. They're pretty quick to bake. They bake for 12 to 15 minutes. I think last time when I made these, they were 12 minutes in and out. No, they were on the low end of how long that took. These would be great if they were no-bake, though. That'd be kind of cool. Pastor's splits, Philly cheesesteak, hot browns. Cool. Tomorrow we will be camping tomorrow and not on stream. We will be doing a camping stream coming up. That is, I'm planning for it. I was actually planning on doing a camping stream previously, like last weekend, but it was going to rain and then I hadn't done any planning or advertising for it, so we didn't, obviously. But I am very interested in doing a camping stream, and would, for y'all who are here, y'all are here on a Thursday, so I'm probably asking this to I'm probably asking the right question to the wrong folks here. But is Thursday a good day for that? Would you enjoy doing a camping stream basically with the same timing as today's stream, where we start in like the early afternoon, maybe around noon? We do like a hike or some sort of activity for the afternoon, and then we come back to the campsite and cook, and then have like a campfire. That's my thought on how to structure a camping stream. And the other side of that is it's much easier to do a camping stream on Wednesday or Thursday, not just because I'm usually streaming on Wednesday or Thursday, but also because campsites are available. And it's difficult to get a campsite on a weekend at this point, because we're in season. So is it possible to make Philly cheesesteaks during camping? It totally is. Yeah, it would be super easy. You just you get the griddle going. Same thing. Chicken wraps with leftover char siu chicken thighs, lettuce, a little mayo, caramelized onions. Oof. Chris, you can cook for me anytime. Lisa, welcome in. All right, we're doing 60 grams per cookie. I did 61 last time. Last time I did 61.5 grams per cookie, and that was obnoxious. So we're gonna do 60. We're gonna do 60 or 61. And I'm just forming these nice and tight. They don't spread all that much, so we can kind of keep these tight on the pan. But yeah, I was thinking of doing a camping stream coming up too, like probably within the next like 2 to 3 weeks. And that would be, ideally that would be on a Thursday for me, because that also is less stressful for Gwen. Calvin would not be joining me on that stream. He and I talked about it actually. I was like, would you're my you're my main camping partner. Like, would you be interested in doing a stream with me out in a campsite? And he was like, no, not really. He didn't want the point that I made to him was that it would be very different than when you and I go camping, because I would sort of necessarily be focused on the production and chat and like, not you, Calvin. And he was like, nah, I'm good. Like, I'll just stay home. You do that. And, he likes camping with me, but I sort of wanted to recognize outwardly that like it would be a very different experience for him. And I think he was like, yeah, I'm good. So I'm planning on that at some point in the next like couple weeks. Have a potluck, Chris. Hell yeah. I would absolutely, if you like had a potluck and I was able to go, I would absolutely go. I know we've talked, there's been a lot of folks, often, I mean, this kind of pops up every year, the conversation around like, let's get, let's do something food and drink related at TwitchCon. Well, not everyone goes to TwitchCon. Not everyone can like make the space or, spare the resources to do that. But it is interesting. I think last year we organized a food and drink like meetup. And that was a nice like step one. Like if a meetup gets organized, will people go at all? And I know now that the answer to that is yes. Yes, they will. So yeah, it was a good start. A potluck would be amazing. Here's what I would love if we did a potluck. I would sort of love there to be a potluck that was live, right? Where like people could stream if they wanted to, be IRL and kind of do the thing. But then I would really appreciate, and this is the thing that I appreciate about TwitchCon too, I would appreciate the opportunity to talk to y'all, y'all, you, Chris, but like other people too, of course, who were there, sort of offline. Right, like there is one of the nice things about TwitchCon is when you see people and, you know, neither of you is on stream and you're not doing the thing, you know, it's just a different vibe. And it's not bad, but like there's a reason that you're not allowed to stream from certain areas in TwitchCon, you know, like for that reason. Yeah, he and Gwen can go to the movies or something. Exactly, Liz. And that's, you know, and they would too. But the other thing too is that if I did that on like, if I, you know, arrived on a Wednesday, set up, did the stream on Thursday, and then came home on Friday, it's way less impactful to the schedule, specifically Gwen's schedule and her needing to like be on for Calvin. You know, it's a school day. He'd be in school all day. It's different than like a Saturday and Sunday. And yes, I am going this year. I am fully planning on going to TwitchCon. I have booked, I booked my place. I booked a place to stay and I booked my flight in January of this year. So I'm booked already. I do not have a TwitchCon ticket, but that's the least of the things. I basically was like, let me book this. You know, I have some budget right now to make this happen, so I'm going to do that, and I did. And I do plan on going. I do plan on organizing another food and drink meetup there. I already reached out to a couple places to do the hosting for that. I'd like to have it probably the same place we had it last year. They were super accommodating. But I'm definitely planning on going, you know, if the world cooperates and it's available to me to go still, I'm planning on it. It's in San Diego again, which makes it easy. But it's definitely in the plan. I don't know if Gwen's going to go again this year or not. She went last year. I've been the past 2 years. I went to the one in Vegas and I went to last year. Yeah, and I'm booked already. At least 2 of the things. I got a lot out of it. Just in general. I mean, I'm doing, you know, I'm sort of, this is a hobby. It's a little like money-making hobby. You know, I do make some money off of it, which is amazing and helpful. And I think I really enjoyed going. I really enjoyed going as a viewer too, because like it's kind of cool to see the folks that you see these people live, and then you see them in real life, and you're like, hey, you're Nurse Huckleberry. You're literally next to me. We're talking. Hi. No, we're not streaming. We're just humans interacting. And isn't that fun? And it is fun. Like, I know, Liz, you know Shayna from Sharp Balloons. Obviously, you know, you probably know her very well, just in a community sense. But like, seeing those folks in real life is always really amazing. Yeah, Chris, the potluck would be cool. And I think that, yeah, I do think that in organizing anything with like a bunch of people who are streamers, you have to be real specific about whether you should stream it or not, whether you're allowed to, you know? And I feel you on the sort of social anxiety, because I get that similar feeling, but I also, in like my professional experience, I've had to be really upfront and like, what's the right way to put this? I've had to like, my professional experience is all in customer service. So in that scenario, you almost put on your like customer service hat, right? And you're like, I'm going to cosplay as a functional social human right now. Spaceballs, welcome in. You mean streamers are real people? Yeah. Isn't it weird? It is weird. Honestly, like, it is super weird, right? Like, I met, the first year when I went to, in Vegas, and I was in line on, like, the ticket day where you pick up your credential, right? You pick up your yeah, you pick up your credentials. And I'm like in line and I'm like, hey, there's Rusty Rhymes. He's like right next to me. He's a real human. He's like in real life. And I'm like, oh shit. I heard his voice. I literally like heard his voice and I was like, oh, hold on. There's someone around who sounds familiar. And that's super cool. It is nice. Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot, Velos. And the thing that happens with everybody, I will say very clearly, like most of the folks there are not masking. Like it's, if you have concerns about like crowds and exposure, it's definitely not the spot. I mean, no con would be. TwitchCon's not. It doesn't have the exclusive, right to say that. It's just that's sort of how cons go. Let's snooze the ad. Okay. It is fun. Last year I've met a lot of people in real life now over the past two conferences, and it's great. I mean, it really, if you can go, it's worth going. I would say it's probably worth going as a viewer too, just in a sense of like, not just to like see people, right? See streamers, but like there's kind of a lot to do in general. Yeah, went to the con and got sick. Con crud. Everyone's like, did you get the con crud? I'm like, no, you got COVID. You got COVID. Let's call it what it is. You got the flu. Chris says, a couple of years ago I met a streamer and had to be like, I'm really excited to meet you, but I'm also really nervous around new people. Yeah, and knowing that that is a facet of how you engage with other people, it's great to say that out loud. I mean, it's just like going on a first date with somebody and you're like, hey, I'm nervous. And they're like, yeah, me too. And then you're like on the same page. Like, I'm nervous to meet you. We've been messaging online. We've been chatting in chat. But when you see someone in real life, it's a very different experience, and you are right to feel anxious about that. I definitely feel anxious when I meet new people. I get really awkward, and I will keep talking. That's the thing. I'll just like keep filling the silence with noise, the sound of my own voice, and that's not always ideal. You don't always want to do that, because then someone's like, Jesus Christ, this guy doesn't shut up. And you're like, I'm sorry. This is how I am. It's great to be able to be vulnerable. Exactly. And especially if someone reciprocates or is gentle with you in their response. The response to that, right? When you tell someone like, I'm nervous about this interaction, it feels good when someone's like, hey, that's normal. It's okay. Me too. I understand. Like, I get why you'd feel that way. I always get, because I say that to people too. If I'm, I'm like, if I'm nervous to meet somebody, I will tell them. I always get a little put off when someone's like, oh, why are you nervous? Why are you nervous? Why are you nervous? And you're like, because I fucking am. Like, what do you mean? Don't like diminish. Like, just tell me you understand and let's move along. Or just lie to me and tell me you understand. I don't care if you actually understand. As a yapper, I appreciate anyone who tolerates my yapping. Totally. Hey, John, welcome. Speaking of people who I've met in the real world, John. John's a real life human. I don't know if y'all knew this. And a good one too. All right, we're almost finished with these. I got basically one more cookie ball worth of cookie in here. All right. Perfect. This made the exact number of cookies that I need. Chris, it is an interesting facet when you come to realize that like silence in a conversation does not mean bad things. That it's like okay if there's like a pause in the goings on. Totally okay. Some people are uncomfortable with silence, and I feel like I'm leaning into being able to be comfortable with it. I'm still not completely. Ugh. All right. These cookies are sticky. Let's get these in the oven. Oven is on. Timer is going to be at 12 minutes. I'm going to do one tray at a time. Let's do this tray first, obviously. And I think I'm going to rotate these. So let's give these a 6-minute timer as well. Okay. 6 minutes on the clock. Two other things that I need to do are portion oatmeal for our one of the breakfasts. So I have some oatmeal sitting on the counter here. I have another bag, the backup bag in the counter. Let's see what the serving is on here, and then we'll portion out the oatmeal from the bag we already have based on this serving. 1, 2, 3, 4 servings. 4 servings is 2 cups. That seems like a lot of oatmeal. Let's do 2. Oh, 4. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I was quadrupling it in my head. I was like, 8 cups of oatmeal is a lot. No, I want 4 cups worth of oatmeal. Chris says, I'm usually good about being aware of engaging in conversation. It would be unfair to have the other person carry the entire conversation. It is a two-way street. It is a two-way street. Some people like to talk about themselves, though, Chris. That is, a nice... That is... If you're the type of person who's, like, sort of reluctant to engage, and you get somebody who is very willing to engage, it is nice to be able to like take a little bit of a back seat, and then as long as they give you the space when you feel like jumping in, that's, to me, that feels really lovely. I don't need to measure out 4 cups because this is a 4-cup container. So we'll finish this bag of oatmeal. And then we'll add the oatmeal from our backup bag, which is now our primary bag. I think the thing that I got the most out of going to TwitchCon was definitely just like talking to people. More than the sessions, more than anything else, it's the sort of, hey, y'all are also doing this, for various levels of fun or full time, and like, it's neat to be around other folks who are in the same, who have the same like weird little hobby, right? Because to be fair, streaming is a very like most people don't understand what that means. They don't get it. I talk to my friends often enough that they now know what I'm doing. They now know what I'm up to, and they'll ask me about it. But like, whenever I'm meeting someone new, it's like, and I even mention Twitch, by and large, nobody has any idea what I'm talking about. Or they've heard of it, but they don't really know what it means. They're like, oh, gaming? Like, no. Meets at a sweet spot for those who love to talk. Yeah, it's not the meeting in the middle. Right. It's like, hey, this person will listen. If you're a quiet person by nature, it often, not always, but often means that you are a very willing listener, or you're a good listener. Which people who love to talk love to have. Okay, so I need 8 cups of water. And salt. Okay, this has, wait, it says I need to add some salt to this. I never add the salt when I'm camping. So I always forget. I don't write it down. So I'm just literally going to add it to the container and then it'll just be there. No problem. Look at that. We're smart. We're doing the smart thing. And okay, this can go away. All this stuff on the counter can also go away. Pancake mix. Wow, I just shot that rubber band into the void. It's like, it went, I don't even know where it went. Oh, I see it. Wow, that was a good shot. That was pretty far away. Okay, how much pancake mix do I need? How many 4-inch pancakes do I want? He's going for distance. He's going for speed. She's all alone, all alone, all alone in a time of need. Because he's racing and pacing and plotting the course. He's fighting and driving and riding on his horse. The sun has come down and the moon has come up. And long ago somebody left with the cup. Fuck. Baker. Man, I didn't know that was in there still. But there it is. Are those the words? Yes, they are. Probably not all of them, and maybe not in that order, and certainly not in that pitch or key. But I believe those are the words. Bob, welcome in. How many pancakes do I want to make? 24 to 48? Sure. 18 to 21? No. Yeah, 18 to 21. 3 cups worth of pancake mix plus 2 cups of water. Yeah. Okay, 3 cups worth of pancake mix. Let's weigh this. Half a cup is 59 grams. So that's what? 59 times 6. 354. Why is my timer going off? Cookies. Rotate. Right. Because he's racing and pacing and plotting the course. He's fighting and driving and fighting and riding on his horse. Man. What an earworm. We're going to listen to that later today. Kathy, welcome. 300, wait. What did I say? 359? Yeah, 354. Close enough. Yeah, a nostalgia counter. Imitation is the best form of flattery, and copying other people's like stream things, love it. I love it. Adorkable, thank you for your resub. 26 months, holy shit. Bob, what do you have stuck in your head? And why is it house? It's going to bug me because I know the song, but I can't think of the name of it. It's The Distance by Cake, is the one I was singing. It's off of their Fashion Nugget album. Another fun fact that I know. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do a full 4 cups of this. So, yeah, I want to do 59 times 8. 472. Because it doesn't go bad. And if I don't make all of it, it's okay. But I'd rather have a little bit more and bring home some of the extra than not have enough. And wish that I did. Opening for Neon Genesis Evangelion. Someone pronounce that word for me, please. Evangelion. Yeah, I'm also clearly unfamiliar with the show. I have Chris says I have a Hatsune Miku song stuck in my head because I've been playing OSU for 4 hours every day. Beautiful. That's some satisfying gaming. A city pop rabbit hole. Sometimes the rabbit holes are nice. I like a rabbit hole of like old music. 4 cups of mix, 2 2/3 cup of cold water. So with this, I always just put the blue tape, little like tape on the top with what needs to get added to it to be finished. What did I say? 2 2/3 cups. That's plus 2 2/3 cups of water. All right. Now we are truly finished with all of the baking stuff. On the counter. Evangelion. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, if I'm unfamiliar with it, I'm like, I know I'm going to miss this one.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Shit. We missed it. Oh well. Maybe we'll just... Yeah, that one pulled a little sneaky. I thought I had more time. I didn't. Oh well. Do y'all want to play a game of words on stream? Let's play one game of words on stream. Bob, enjoy your shower. Hope you have a good rest of your Thursday. Why is excite not on there if exciting is? That's weird. That's weird. Okay. I need to go let Daisy out. She's banging her little face at the door and yeah, she's banging her little face at the door. So wait, why? What the fuck? Why is the ad manager doing shorter versions now? What the hell is happening? That's wrong. Okay. That's so weird. All right, timer just went off for those cookies. Let's check these. No, these are not done. No, these are not quite done. They're not finished yet. What is the timing on this? 14. So I'm going to give these another 2 minutes. Yeah, another 2 minutes here. We are... What? Why? This is weird. I don't know why we're in the middle of minute and 30-second ad breaks. That's so odd. It's weird that it's doing a different sorry, none of this you can see. None of this is like information that's available to y'all to see. But it's giving me automatic ads of 1 minute and 30 seconds now instead of 2 minute or 3 minute ads. Okay. Good luck. All right, Gwen is going to pick up Calvin at school. I just said I was going to let Daisy out, didn't I? Yeah, I need to go let Daisy out. So I'm going to run another... I'm gonna run words on stream again. I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little disorganized at this point, in this moment, and I'm a little uncertain as to why the ads are doing weird stuff. But I'm gonna run another game of words on stream. I'm gonna let Daisy out. I'll be right back. I'll figure that. Oh, I think maybe it's because I snoozed the ads for so long. Come on. Daisy, you need to go out. Daisy, come go pee. You were just at the door. Get out of the bait. Get out of there. You got to go outside and do that. Come on. Come on. Good girl. Okay. And she's the squirrel that's sitting on the table. Oh, the timer's going off. Oh, so annoying. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Timer just went off. Daisy's outside. Have to remember that Daisy's outside. These are not hooked through yet. I need to give these another like 2 minutes. They don't look like they should. That's so strange. I'm going to press the ones that are on the tray. I'm going to press them a little thinner because they do not spread at all on the tray. They get quite, they get cooked, but they don't spread. So it's kind of weird. Okay. Maybe she's ready to come back in. Nope, not yet. She'll let me know when she's ready to come back in. She'll bark. All right, I'm gonna wash this pot while I'm working here, because the last thing I need to do today is make us some dinner, which should be pretty quick, generally speaking. All right. Alrighty. Let me let Daisy in. And I'm gonna turn words off for a moment here because I'm just gonna let Daisy in and we'll be right back. Alright, yeah, she's ready. She's ready to come in now. Come on. Come on. Daisy, come on. Good girl. I see. I see you did your thing out there. Good job. Good job. All right. All right. Last thing today is pasta making and breakfast cookieing. I'm going to rotate those cookies back through. So I keep putting them back in. They didn't look quite right. So what did I end up doing? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 minutes. 16 minutes in instead of the 12 to 14 that it said, which is a lot. That's a huge difference. And I wonder, honestly, I do wonder if the difference is anything to do with the applesauce. Because I'm using applesauce instead of oil in here. And I don't know, I'm thinking maybe there's some correlation between them not getting as crisp around the base as they were before, and the fact that I'm not using an oil in them. Which would be an interesting development that I did not anticipate. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm washing this pot out right now because this is the pasta pot that either this pot or the one that is currently on the stove with stock in it, which I should stir. I was waiting to stir it until it reduced a little bit because the actual the stuff in the pot is sort of like above the rim, above the lip of the pot, and so it's looking like it could overflow. All right, let's get these cookies out of the oven and see what the scenario is, because I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they're stuck together, so I'm gonna put these in. And let's give these... I'm going to give these 7 minutes before I rotate them. And then we'll do 15 total on those. I'll put a timer together for 15 minutes. Because I think... I'm curious. These look fine. Around the base, they do look browned. Like where it's touching the mat. So let's let these cool for a few minutes and see what happens. I feel like they are... they took a lot longer than I was anticipating, which is concerning. Not necessarily bad, but notable. Not bad, but notable. What else did I do to this? Did I add anything different? I added salt, which should not make a difference. Generally speaking, adding salt, like a half teaspoon of salt, should be fine. It shouldn't make much of a difference to how the thing actually like cooks. But I don't know. Maybe it does. But this was an experiment. They seem to be holding, they seem to have held together, and they seem solid. And they are notably browner than when I put them in. So maybe everything will work out. Maybe it'll be all right. All right, let's get 2 things. 1, stir this stock. This is looking good. I do not have anything, and no salt or seasonings in here at all. I've just got a big pot of bones and such. My water's on the stove for pasta, and yeah, this one fell apart. Okay, this one. So some of these, I feel like not using oil in these. I think oil might be necessary. We'll see. I'm gonna let them cool because they're very like hot, but I feel like oil might be a necessary element here. The applesauce might be too liquidy, but I don't really know. I'm just speculating. All just speculation. Let's get what we're doing for dinner out. Dinner should be super straightforward. Box of spaghetti, generic brand spaghetti. To that spaghetti, we're going to add the rest of this box of elbows because it's open. And whatever. And then I've got 2 different sauces in here. One is a cooked red sauce. The other one is uncooked. It's pizza sauce. This is a pizza sauce from a while ago. It stays good for quite some time. I've definitely used it like well after it's been well after I used it to cook with. It still smells really good. So do the test. Does it smell normal? Yes. Does it look normal? Yes. Is there any visible growth, for lack of a better term? No. And subtopic, does it taste normal? Chris, good luck. Enjoy work, I hope. Or rather, let me phrase that differently. I hope work is not too taxing today. I hope work is easy and light and fun. Or if it is none of those things, I hope it goes by fast. And if it doesn't go by fast, hang in there. And this one, Looks good. Smells fine. Make the best of what you can. There you go. Looks good. Smells fine. No extra liquid. No weird growth. All right. Good. We can use those. Woo! That one's a little spicy. Great. This is a use it up meal. Every time I say that, I always think of the beginning of the song, or the beginning of the theme song. We're like, this is Jeopardy. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Do we have shaky cheese? You know it. And by it, I mean you know the right question to ask. The answer to that question might be no. It might be yes. I'm not sure. Do we have shaky cheese? We have brown butter. We have... Hold on. This is Jeopardy. Do we have shaky cheese? Oh, shit. No. Ha ha! Liz, great eyes. But the answer to that is still no. Because whoever used this last, that was absolutely not me, put it in there. Now, listen, let's not blame anybody. Because I'm the one who buys the thing. Anyway, we do have Parmesan. So I'll just grate some cheese, some Parmesan cheese, and we'll have that. All right, timer just went off to rotate these cookies. I did a little different with these. I pressed them a little flatter, so maybe they would cook a little better or cook a little quicker. The pride of Sudbury, Ontario. Is he really? Was he really? I've been watching Jeopardy somewhat recently. It's a great show. I enjoy it. I'll take pasta for $500. I will cook you pasta for $500. Absolutely. Any type of pasta you want. I know that's not what you meant, but Liz, the corner store might have shaky cheese. They might. Costco size shaky cheese. Yeah, now that I'm shopping at Costco more often, I feel like I need to order the large version, the large format. The shaky cheese that comes in the container that is the size of a robust like pickle jar. It better be the best pasta I ever ate. It would probably not be. I did. Oh, I'm really excited. I pitched a recipe for a sheet pan gnocchi that got accepted. So we're going to be working on that at some point soon. And I told Gwen and Calvin, and they were both like, yeah, hell yeah. So at least there's some excitement around that. But yeah, I think that's it for the shaky cheese. Just that little teeny bit that's in that container. So let's get... Oh, here, I got this. I got this. I got this. We'll make do. I'm not going to open up a packet of Parmesan when I have like a little bit. Oh, there's like a little bit of everything left. So this is ready to go. Cookies are in the oven. Oh shit, my timer. Oh, I set a timer. I did it. How are these? Okay, I can touch the tray. Okay, now that I can touch the tray, I know that these are like cool enough that I should be able to pull one or two off and see what they're like. Let's get one that is falling apart. That way I don't ruin the integrity of the nicer looking ones. All right, so changes we made to this version of the cookies. I added salt and I used applesauce. I added salt, I added nutmeg, and I used applesauce instead of oil. So, 8 strange wonders. What is the answer to that, John? Do you have an answer to that? WTF with the ad thing. It's, oh my God, why? It's telling me it's running an ad every 30 minutes now. Oh wait, why did it change? Why? It literally changed in my ad manager. That's weird. It changed in the ad manager without me touching anything. It is annoying. It is annoying because I'm out of snoozes and it's going to run a fucking ad in 10. You know what? Watch this. Boom. Problem solved. We will have no more ads for the rest of the stream. You're welcome. Fun fact, I make more of running ads is actually lucrative. So yeah, running, you don't get any money, right? But like we're close enough, fellas. We're close enough. We're close enough to wrapping up today that I don't care. Like I'm over it. I'm over it. There reaches a point in every stream where I'm sick of thinking. I'm sick of ads being part of the mental calculus of the stream. We've reached that point. I just turned them off. Oh, you want to adjust the ad cadence on me? I'll show you. Anyway, this is the cookie. I'm going to move this sauce away from where my elbow lives. I think that's a good idea. Let's move the sauce. So this is the cookie that we have. There's the bottom, or there's the top. There's the bottom. The bottom actually looks browned and nice. Are we gonna zoom? Are we gonna focus? There we go. Focus. Now the bottom's got some browning on it, which is nice. The inside is whatever. Oh, what the heck was that? Oh, like a cheese pool. That was a cheese pool. That's interesting. That's the inside. That's pretty good. Mmm. Phenomenal. Okay. All of my worry is fine and valid. But this is excellent. This is quite literally twice as good as the last time. And you know what the difference is? Salt. It has salt in it. You can taste everything else in the cookie now. Like you can taste the fact that it has apples. Weird how that works, right? Fuck, this is really good. Okay. I'm glad I tried the applesauce in this. I'm looking forward to seeing how these turn out. Because what I think with these, I think what I need to do in shaping these is keep them really tight. And not, like some of these had like little pieces that were sort of off to the side. And I just kind of let that go. I think these need to be like a much tighter format. Fuck, this is really good. And this really only has the whole recipe, a single recipe has 1/3 of a cup of brown sugar, and that's it. Flour, cinnamon, baking powder, oil, brown sugar, egg, vanilla, apple, oatmeal, cheddar, and dried fruit. Fantastic. Wow, I feel great. I was super worried about these. And they turned out very well. The applesauce, yeah, the applesauce was different. I added applesauce instead of oil. I guess you could add, if you wanted to make these like without the egg too, I guess you could add more applesauce. But yeah, a third, the default recipe calls for a third a cup of brown sugar. And that's it, sugar-wise. So functionally, these are very savory. The primary flavor in this is apple, in a shock to nobody at all. But I'm getting more of the cheddar. Last time when I made these before, I mentioned, and I said this earlier too, that like I'm not getting any cheddar. Where's the cheese? Like, where did it go? I tasted it in this time. Maybe it's because I added like an extra quarter cup in there just by sort of the way that it worked out. These are out of the oven now. These look good. Yeah, again, I think tightening the format of these, like really keeping them pressed in. What I think might be good for these is a cookie scoop. So you scoop them and then you like press it into that scoop more, and then just kind of junk out onto the tray, and then maybe give it like a little press or something. I think maybe forming these by hand, they're a little bit you can see the difference on the trays. This one, ooh, so this tray just came out of the oven and the cookies are wider. This tray was the first one, and these are more like rounds and sort of like they're higher, they're taller. Can't really tell. I guess from that angle maybe you can tell a little bit. But yeah, these are just slightly different. I'm going to try one of these too for science once they cool down. I'm not sure how to store these, if I'm being honest, because they fall apart really easily. You can't just put these in like a baggie, like regular cookies. You can kind of just toss in a bag. Wax paper layers, Liz. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. There's a lot. There's just a lot of them. Do I have a? I'm wondering if I have a pie box up here. I don't. Okay. So a box, like a solid flat thing, would be nice for these. But I will put those. You know what? We're gonna put these in 1, 2, 3. Let's get out 4 of these containers. I bet they can all fit in 4 containers. This is where I am thankful that I always save takeout containers. Not all takeout containers, but some of them. These are the good takeout containers, the good like flat version takeouts. So we'll try to put them in here, and yeah, do some layers between. Yeah, I save them. I save them, and then every like couple of weeks, if I've added or subtracted, I'll go through and throw out the ones that are like stained or have like a little crack or something in them. But yeah, there's like a lot of takeout containers I don't save, but like there's certain places that have like the good containers, and you're like, man, we're out of quart containers. We need to get Indian food again. And that's very real. That is a real true thing that I definitely do, which is order food just for the containers. All right, oven is off. Yeah, oven is off. Depends on what was in it. Yeah. Some of it, some stuff. Yeah, it'll be like stained red, and you're just like, you can't do it. But generally they're pretty good. We have the I have like the spots that I order from that I know have like the good containers, and I do like to go in on those where I can. All right, stock is looking good. Pasta water is looking good. Let's start to package these. Yeah, I'm gonna package these. I'm not gonna put the lids on them so they have a chance to steam still, but I can start to package them. Yeah, I would always prefer to put them in bag because that makes things a lot easier, but it's okay. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? Okay, we got 2 halves. Good. Two, 3. Can I get 4 in a layer? I better be able to get 4 in a layer. Hell yeah, 4 in a layer. Krem, welcome in. Good afternoon. Liv, thank you for the shout out. Six, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 16, 24. Okay. I'm doing great. Today's been a really nice day. I've had, if I'm being honest, I've had a really nice stream today. We've had lots of really sweet, kind folks come through. We've had no major mishaps, knocking on wood. And things have gone smoothly from a technology perspective, which I'm still a little bit of like, I'm waiting for things to crash, right? But that's good. And the moderators have been here, and y'all have been really nice today. I've had a very like a wonderful afternoon today, just generally speaking. I haven't done a trip prep stream in a while, and I do like the vibe of just like making a bunch of different stuff on stream. You know, because like I'm often sort of doing a project, or I'm working on a recipe, or I'm like, there's something specific. And for me, my first ever stream was a trip prep stream. So this is every time I do a trip prep stream, I like think back to the first stream I ever did, and it makes me feel nice. Fun. The first stream I ever did was like 7 hours long, which like for a first stream is nuts and not normal. I'd be kind of shocked if someone else had that same statement. Like, I don't know. Also though, the first stream I ever did, I was like ready for, and I'd like planned, and you know, everything was set up, and I was like just ready to go. And I have been chasing that high ever since. Yes, angels indeed. The Apple stream, holy crap. The longest stream I think the longest stream I've ever done was like 9 hours. And that was the tortellini. I did crab ravioli. The crab ravioli stream was like 9 hours long, And I started that shit at like 5 p.m. And I definitely finished, and I was like, we're not going to do that again. Baked on the couch watching you. Baked on the couch watching YouTube. They turned out great. Honestly, though, like they did turn out really well. So I was, pleased with the result. I also, at that point, I was only like a couple months. There was only a couple months into streaming. At that point, we had some regulars, some like I know SoFluff, Liz, like a lot of the folks who are here still were here then too. I just very much underestimated how long that would take me. If I was doing that again, it would be a lot quicker because now I have a ravioli maker. I could do that. I could probably do that stream in about 3 hours now, but I was making them individually by hand, which was ambitious and also foolish. All right, we're working on, let's check this stock. I wonder if I can strain this stock yet. It looks really good. I don't need it to, I mean, it's been on here for, the stock's been there for, I wish I'd have taken the timer. Or I wish I'd have noted when I started that stock. I didn't. It's okay. I don't have to have that information to understand how it's going. Think about the tuna pasta. Basically anytime I do something for the first time, it takes a long time. And the ravioli was just like, wow, it was just too much. I made ravioli more recently, within the past 6 months. And it did not take that long. Maybe within the past year. I forget. But I made it more recently. I now have a better ravioli maker. Got all of the tasks that in the planning are like, this will be fun. And then they're like, oh, when will this end? I've definitely been there. We've definitely had some streams that were like that. But I think generally speaking, if something's going to be a long one, I know it ahead of time. Like the Apple stream was long. We did one with corn a while ago. We've done one with onions. That was also an aggressively long stream. I've done a lot of trip prep streams have gone into the 6 or 7 hour marks. Like we're over 6 hours today, but also 6 hours is normal. And I was planning on streaming for 6 hours. So like today was a known, 6 hours at this point is quite honestly not that long of a stream for me. I feel like my stamina for it is very good. I definitely know a lot more about like how to structure myself and like my energy during that time. So that's kind of nice. Corn 2.0. We should do Corn 2.0 this year, SoFluff. I'm still obsessed with corn, and we do need a redo. I think a redo on the corn jelly would be better, because I was very much looking forward to it, and it didn't work out, and then I was like, oh, that sucks. And then I didn't have any corn jelly, and I wanted it. All right, I'm gonna try this stock, because if this is good at this point, we'll strain this out while we're waiting for the pasta. Okay, we should be back. I've never had a microphone die 2 times in one stream. That tells me that these mics, that tells me that the batteries for these mics are shitty. Cool. I have 2 of them, which is nice. The one at the beginning of the stream, to be fair, the one that died at the beginning of the stream died because I didn't charge it and it was already dead. So, 6 hours on a single, on a mic is not too bad. Not great. Oh, shit. That is super. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit of salt to that. Let's do 2 things. We're going to add some salt to the pasta water. We're going to add some salt to the stock. Stir that in. You know what I didn't add to the stock? Shit. I just realized what was missing from that. I'm like, something's not right here. I didn't add any peppercorns to the stock. So it's missing pepper, which is annoying, but like, fine. All right, we're adding some salt to the stock. Silver Sparrow, hello, welcome. Thank you for your lurk. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I did not, Baker, I didn't add any. I usually just add like a bunch of peppercorns into the stock, and I didn't this time. And that's annoying, but like also whatever, it's fine. It's okay. It'll just be not as peppery, which is allowable. All right. I am going to strain that out, though, and get that into storage, some variety of storage. Do I have a bowl or something large enough to put this in? Shit. I do. Okay. We're going to use our old friend Crappy Pot. This pot, piece of crap. This pot is a thin aluminum piece of garbage that is awful to cook in. Is just generally speaking the worst pot. I don't know why I own this or why I had it. Like, I don't know why I don't know where this pot came from. I literally do not remember why I got this pot, but it's crappy and it doesn't get used for very much, but it is good for when you need a larger pot to put liquids in. Crappy pots come in handy when you least expect. Yes. Yes. This is... Did y'all grow up with like the vomit bowl? I don't... If what I'm saying, if you're like, what the fuck are you talking about, Lou? That is gross. Then you didn't. Then you did not grow up with one. But most people, I feel like, as a child, have the vessel that when you are like, oh, Mom, I'm not feeling good. I feel like I need to throw up. There's the bowl that your parent like gives out, right? Maybe it's a bucket. Maybe it's the mop bucket if your parents or whatever. That's this one. Because they don't cook in this. This is just a liquid transfer pot. Anyway, now that I've told you all about this pot, we're going to use it to transfer liquid into that is edible. And I promise you that it's been cleaned many times. It's usually just precautionary. Sometimes it's not. But I did to put a bow on this topic. I do try to use the like the mop bucket instead if I'm giving out a bucket for somebody in this house for that purpose. I do try to use like the actual like a plastic bucket now instead of something from the kitchen. Okay, we're gonna strain this out little bit by little bit. I am going to basically take the solids out of here and put them in the strainer, and then we'll get rid of them into either the compost or the trash can. I can't put chicken bones in the compost. They don't like that. They won't accept chicken bones. So I'm going to try to like be as cautious as possible about not getting any bones in this scenario. But we're going to strain our stock. It looks beautiful here. And the bones have mostly sunk to the bottom, whereas the produce and other organic matter is floating. So that's kind of nice. Also, that's normal and typical. It's spa time. If a couple small bones make their way in, it's okay, but they get they're pretty explicit about not having like large format bones in here. It's going to use this like reamer situation to press this in. Often when I make stock, I will then strain the stock through a coffee filter of some kind because it has a lot of like other solids in it, but I don't think I'm going to do that this time. I think we're just going to strain the solids, and then we'll strain the whole thing once, and then we'll be done. Because I don't have any like need for this to be clear or like a super clarified situation. I just don't want any like big solids in here. That's all. All right. Compost. Okay, now this is mostly bones. So this is going to go in the trash. And whoops. Yeah, we'll strain it. We'll basically, we're scooping out the major solids, and then we'll add, we'll pour the liquid kind of between, we'll pour the rest of the liquid through the sieve, get the rest of the minor stuff, and then we'll strain it again after that. And then we'll be done. And then we'll have a bunch of quarts of stock. Or whatever. Bunch of homemade chicken stock. And then Daisy, and then I'll need to take the trash out tonight because Daisy will otherwise freak about this trash. She will be, her face will be in the trash can. Which, funny as it is not a good thing. Okay, my water is boiling for my pasta, so let's get that in before I start this process. Pasta is, again, going to be spaghetti and a little bit of elbow macaroni. Actually, maybe I won't put the macaroni in. No, I will. It'll be fine. I'm going to do the sacrilege, and I'm going to break the spaghetti in half because I prefer shorter noodles. Wait, am I going to break the spaghetti in half? Not all of it at once. Okay, spaghetti is in. Macaroni is in. I'm going to set a timer for the lower of these two, 10 minutes, or 5. Oh, macaroni says 5 minutes. Ugh. Oops. Okay, it'll be fine. We'll set it for 8. 8 is fine. Great. And then let's give that a stir before I continue on with what I'm doing here. Okay. And then once this all drains, it's just going right back in this pot. I'm going to put my sauce that I have in the pot, warm that up, and then we'll get it all incorporated. I need to remember to save the pasta water, but I'm pretty sure I'll remember to do that. Sometimes I don't. Spaghetti breaker so fluff. Perfect.
This is your friendly reminder to save a cup of your pasta water.
There it is. Jane, welcome in. Good to have you. That's like, you got it, Liz. That's the one. It probably takes a second or two to not render, be served off of the hard drive. That sound is one that lives on my hard drive, and when you put that command, it pulls it up as a file. It does not live online. Actually, all the sound commands are saved on the hard drive because that's just easier and less resource intensive for the stream. I'm going to move, so my big project.
Your recipe. You fold in the cheese then. Don't you dare. You fold it in.
David! Oh, good. Now I see bubbles. David!
Oh my god.
What does burning smell like?
David! You know what's funny? Cinderella, if you can hear me, please forgive me. I still haven't seen that show. I'm not, I know that show through snippets from stream, which is kind of funny. I'm going to be a complete embarrassment. What show is that again? I am an embarrassment. I'm sorry. Schitt's Creek. Got it. Rita's.
You knew.
Of course I knew. I saw Mom's cup. She wasn't. I saw it hiding behind the things. They got Rita's. How was it?
Good. Can I? No.
Yes, it does. Yeah, come here.
It also has last names on the back.
Well, then don't show the back. Fuck, come here. Yes.
I got a gelati with
Daisy, get out.
What?
There's chicken bones over here, and she's got her there. Yeah, that's right. Woo! No, there's literally, like, I said this earlier. I said it earlier. I was like, as soon as Daisy comes in the room, she's gonna bury her face in here as quick as she can, and she did.
Pouring hot water on her.
No, I don't want her to siphon off a chicken bone from here and get it stuck in her throat. I did. I warned you. I said as soon as she comes in, she's going to be all over these chicken bones. And damn if I wasn't right. I know, Twinderella. I should.
Hey.
I could.
Oh, can I keep explaining?
Yeah.
I got gelati with blue raspberry bottle white and twist custard, and I also got cookie dough bites.
Cookie dough bites.
Held up to the camera.
Jeez. Nice.
Want one?
I know you were streaming.
No, I'm good. Thank
And
you.
then it was spaghetti. So.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Like what? Daisy? No.
Would be less of a risk that you would be mad that we went to Regis.
Fair. Yeah, it's not.
Bye, Dada. Good. Hi, Dada.
Hello. What flavor did you get, Glenn?
Watermelon.
Watermelon.
wanted to answer.
Mom got watermelon. Nice.
Mom's making that face because he said water.
No camping.
It's so funny. It's true. Yeah, watermelon. The good one.
Good boy.
Hmm? Okay. There was a student coming out of Calvin's school that was wearing a Playboy shirt and had a mustache.
Very fluffy.
Okay. Interesting. Are you sure they were a student? Are you sure they were a student? Okay. Cool. All right. Stock is
Wasn't a phone
I know
stuff.
what you're talking about.
stock is good.
Yeah.
Let's give this a stir.
Basketball game. Yeah. The 8th grader.
An 8th grader with a mustache, huh? That's cool.
I know what you were talking about.
Whoa. What do I even put the stock in? Oh, I've got a bunch of these containers. Great. 1, 2, 3.
Forget my cookie dough bite.
What are you? There we go. All right. Gwen, are you doing any cat activities in the moment?
Yeah.
You're about to? Okay. We're gonna have more boxed cats for a brief period here.
Wait, I don't remember. Wait. What?
Towards the end of stream. Here's what I'm doing. I am straining off the rest of this stock into containers. This feels like a bad idea. Yes, that is definitively not a great idea. Let's put this. Yeah, we're gonna strain this into here.
Isn't any food or
Yeah, we're gonna strain this into this container,
Yeah.
and then
No, it's not.
yeah.
Because it tastes like I have peanut butter.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I said no. All right, we're straining this stock. Our pasta is going to be finished here in about a minute, so I'm going to drain that into the sink.
it's cold in here. Must we have the air conditioning?
There we go. It's cold? I don't know. You do what you want. It's fine. If you'd like to change the atmosphere in here, it's okay. Go ahead. Save pasta water. Save pasta water. Here we go. We're visibly
This is your friendly
saving
reminder
pasta
to
water.
save a cup
Got
of
it.
your pasta water.
It is saved. Woo! That's hot. All right. It's coming. All right, let's see. See if the spaghetti's done. One. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hot. Okay, it needs like one more minute. The macaroni's finished. The spaghetti is not. Wow, that was hot. All right. 1. This is a messy process. It's always getting this transferred into containers is always like is just wet everywhere.
Hey, babies.
All right. Can we do kitten box cam? Kitten cam? Yeah? Okay.
Kitties.
Here, bring them on over here.
He's saying hello.
Bring the kittens to me.
Oops.
We're gonna have a kitten cam here in just a moment. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna drain this pasta over the sink. So, like, yeah, just hold on a second.
You told me to bring them over there.
You want pasta?
You told me to bring them over there.
I know. And now I'm telling you just to move them for a few moments while I bring the boiling water over by the sink. Let's not give me grief over that, okay? Yeah. Give me a bunch of bullshit over the pasta water. Maybe you just won't. Maybe you're not allowed to have any.
Shut the fuck up.
Uh-huh. There we go. Okay. What do you got to bring that in? What do you got to bring Jesus into this? Where's that spoon? There it is. Didn't you get enough of that last month?
This is your friendly reminder to save a cup of your pasta water.
That was a delay.
What the hell is that?
There's a sound for stream. If you type command pasta water, it says this is a friendly reminder to save a cup of your pasta water.
Days, get out. Sneaky bitch.
Okay.
I just need to make a baby.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
It's because of the stuff on the stove. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't
Do you
run.
need to move that?
No, I'm good. You can move the box there
I don't
now.
want hot things falling on my kittens.
They won't. Unless you drop something out of the microwave, then they'll be fine. Okay, let's make sure this stays. Can we keep this open? There we go. I got it. There we are. All right. All right. Are you all ready? Are you all ready for kitten cam? Kitten cam. Trying to get the color right. Right? Like that. Nope. What color are they actually? There we go. That's about right. Yeah, so they're in sort of in play mode right now. They've just been sleeping and now they've been activated. There we go. Okay. Well, we're gonna go back to this. We're gonna go back to this camera for just a little bit while we finish up here. I'm gonna finish straining off my my stock. I'm going to finish the pasta, and then we'll be finished up today. We've had a very successful afternoon of production. The newborn version of Zoomies. I know, it kind of is. They're just like, yeah, they're very active right now. They've been activated. Look at Calico. Oh my god. If anyone played in that multi-streamer Carmen San Diego thing, you might want to enter the drawing. Velas, while I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, you're not stepping on toes. At least I don't think so. I don't know. Given that I don't know what you mean, fair enough.
Where in the world
Is Carmen San Diego? I know what Carmen San Diego is. I don't know what it means in the context of like current Twitch. Yeah, Pandora, I don't think the first one played. I think there might be a timeout on that. It might be like a user, and I don't know. There might just be a timeout on that one that's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something. That's my guess. All right, we're getting there with this stock. It's looking good. So I'm gonna let's do a couple. So I have 4 quart containers. We'll do a couple smaller containers, pint containers here, because those are always useful as well. 2, 3, 4. Let's do 4, at least 4 of those. And this is where I'm glad to have all of these takeout containers squirreled away, because I've just got a lot of the same container. I've got a lot of the same container. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fair, fellas. Yeah, and totally. I'm if it. I always say this: if it pertains to the food and drink community on Twitch, feel free to like bring it to the table in this stream. Whether or not I'm participating or even aware, I'm always happy to support other food and drink streamers. So that is not an issue. Like, just like generally speaking, that's totally not an issue. Right. Whoop, hold on. Nope, gotta strain that. We're straining. Sarah, welcome. Kitties. These are foster cats. Currently foster cats. We'll see. But they are they're about to get bathroomed and fed and weighed and taken care of. They're they've just woken up. They've just woken up from their, I don't want to say nap because they sleep all the time, but they've just woken up from their most recent slumber. So like between the last time we saw them on stream about 2 hours ago, and now they've just been in the box asleep. You should just live stream them. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, it would be they are cute to watch. I think once you get the kitten pit activated, that would be ideal. Sarah, Daisy's doing great. She's curious but extremely standoffish. She wants to look at them, but they're also like really weird to her. She doesn't, I don't think she understands them. Like, I don't think she understands what they are, right? Because they haven't been out of the box yet to her. Like, she's seen us holding them.
Put the orange one on the ground and ran away.
Yeah. Did y'all hear that? Gwen said she put the orange one on the ground and Daisy just like ran away from it, which is good. That's the reaction. That's fine. That's a fine reaction. Her being curious and sniffing would also be fine.
Oh my god.
All right. We are good to go on the stock now. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Haven't thought about that song in a long time. Gonna think about that song all night. Okay. A little bit of extra here. 1, 2. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, when the disembodied hand comes to collect one of them, they're always like, "What? What happened? Where is the other one?" They're doing great. Gwen's doing an exemplary job of animal husbandry.
Why is it gotta be a husband?
Because that's the term for it. I didn't make it up. It's not. I'm not trying to be gender based here.
I
I'm
would
just.
like to be.
You would like to be referred to as my husband. Well, you do most of the blue tasks in the house. Well, not all of
What the hell
them.
was that?
Some of them. Well, one of them is making noise. Yeah, Calico has little spots on her paws. She sure does. And Orange has little tips on his ears. His little white tips on his ears are super cute. So Fluff says, I'm also the blue task person in my house. Yeah, you got your blue tasks and your pink tasks, obviously. If we're breaking it down that way. For example, when we have anyone coming to work on the house, right? To do any sort of like manual labor, which I'm not doing, so we can start with that. But like Gwen's the one who coordinates those folks and is like tells them what to do and all of that.
Pays them.
Pays them, yes.
That blue task.
Yeah. Gwen gives me an allowance.
No, I don't.
Well, you put my
Take it.
you put my name on the credit card. You could limit it. All right, we're moving on to pasta sauce now. I'm heating that up very briefly, and then we're gonna add the pasta to it. Darlene, they are super cute on the YouTube there. Yeah, they're cooling down though. They're not still on the heat. Animal partnery. Yeah, there we go.
Hate that word.
All right. All of our stock is good and finished. This is for the trip. That's for the trip. This is for home. This is for dinner. Okay. Heating up the pasta sauce. Just doing a real basic dinner tonight. Pasta, red sauce, leftover red sauce, and that is it. And I'm adding the pasta in now because why not? It can just all heat up together. Sauce is already made. Yeah, Calico is very mobile. She seems to be the one who is most active these days. It was for like a couple days, Orange was the one who seemed to be the most active. I would say overall, I think Gray has been the most consistent. Like consistently, like no problem, just sort of moving along, growing steady. Like Gray was the first one to have his eyes open. So I feel like Gray's just been sort of the leading the charge to maturation. Okay. Pasta's looking good. I'm gonna add my pasta water in here. Keep that mixed up and mixed in. And currently the focus on the screen is just the cats though. They are, they're stealing, oh my God. Oh my God. Orange, you cute. Orange is like punching the Calico. They're so wobbly. Look at how like they sort of do this like little kitten wobble that's super cute. The weird thing about cats of this age is like you're not used to seeing them this small. Because if you're adopting cats or like you're seeing them in a shelter or like a store, pet store or something, they're almost always like at least 10 weeks old. And these are only, they're not even 3 weeks yet. They'll be 3 weeks Saturday. Or maybe tomorrow. I don't know. They'll be 3 weeks like within the next day or two. Gwen says Saturday. We don't really know because they were brought in to the shelter from elsewhere. So they're sort of like still a little bit of a mystery, but that part is pretty clear. All right, is there anything else I want to put in this pasta? No. No? Question mark? No, there is not. Okay. Let's get a little bit more of that pasta water in here, and this will be ready to go too. Wow, I'm gonna have dinner. Dinner's ready a little early today. It was a very successful. Very successful. Sarah, we do not know what happened to the mother. No. It could be that the mother, died or whatever. It also could be that whoever brought them into the shelter just like maybe the mom cat like went to go get food or something. And, in the interim, someone saw the kittens wherever they were found and was like, oh no, these poor cats. And then picked them up and took them to the shelter. And the mom came back and was like, what the hell? Where did my kittens go? So I don't really know. We're going to hope that they were, I don't know, not ripped from the nest in a negative way. We're going to hope, but we have no idea. Truly no idea. Gwen is on the list for the animal shelter, and so like basically they put out an email when they get kittens that need immediate care, and they put out an email and they were like, hey, we've got these 3 kittens that came in today and they need to be out of here, and like who can take them? And that day Gwen said, I will take them. And did. And here they are. That was the day that we were doing that was the day I was doing a live stream that day. And I came home and there were cats. That's how it goes.
Ice cream thing.
Oh yeah, we're doing the ice cream tour that day with Calvin. That was a weekday. That was like a Monday. Sarah, or Tuesday. Yeah, it was during spring break that everything runs together. Yeah, Gwen's been wanting to have like, little teeny tinies like this for a while, years. Has been talking about it for years. So now that they are here, it's like. It feels like normal because she's just been talking about it for a while. So it was like sort of a foregone conclusion that it would happen at some point. Alrighty. Well, we're looking good. Does the shelter pay for the food or provide anything, or are you incurring the cost as part of the fostering? I believe we're just incurring the cost as part of the fostering. Gwen's agreeing. No medical costs, Liz, but like food and formula. They're still like literally bottle feeding formula. So yeah, we've bought. But like the other day, the calico one, like she took the calico one over to the vet to get looked at, and they treated her and gave her fluids and sort of, that was kind of covered under the foster, but the formula is not, which I think it's just part of the volunteering that you do. But they're very cute. As what's the word that I'm searching for? As labor and time intensive as they are still, they create a lot of, they're just like fun and sort of joyful to exist near and around. So that part is super nice. I think it is.
Allegations that are gonna come.
Okay, let's see. Okay, we're just about finished today. We have done quite a lot. The kittens are provided as a serotonin. Yes, exactly. Exactly. They're quite the joy. Right, except at 3 o'clock in the morning when you think that they are dying and you haven't slept more than a couple hours in a week and a half, and you're sort of delirious and over the edge and in absolute breakdown mode, and there is that. It's similar in terms of a time commitment of like getting up all the time to like a newborn human, except when you're finished with the newborn human, you don't get to put them in a box. I mean, you kind of do. I don't know. You kind of do. Okay, let's see. I have a thought about where I'd like to raid today. I have someone that we haven't raided ever who is live, and I'm curious what they're up to. I've hung out in their stream before, so I think that's where we're gonna go. Angry Rook, hello. Hello. Crib is more like a cage. Yeah, you can close the lid, and although the kittens are a little less work overall than a newborn human infant. Sofa says, I'm still traumatized by having a newborn human, and that was 6.5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. It really is. Yeah, technically you could treat them roughly the same, Velos, but legally you probably need to provide a few more accommodations to the child. Angry Rook, these are foster kittens. They are being taken care of for the next couple weeks. We've had them now for almost 3 weeks, just about. Calico is getting cleaned off at this point now. So, all right, where are we? Hold on, I know where we're gonna go. We're gonna go here. All right. Okay. Jamie, you can see the difference from just 2 days ago. I mean, they are growing quickly, and they're eating a lot more, Gwen said, now than they were just like a few days prior. So they're really kind of on a good trajectory. And even, the vet had said in their most recent visit, I don't know, Gwen, did the vet check all of them out last time when you were there, or just the Calico one? I know you took all of them. Yeah, but did they like look at the other ones just to see?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, they took them in the back, I guess. Yeah, Angry Rook, she finally got into it. That's true. Yeah, I've said this before. I've said like on stream that this is something that Gwen wants to do, and here we are. And here they are. And they're doing great. Orange is super cute.
This hurts me.
They have very sharp claws. They do. Yeah, Orange looks like a future escape artist. I said this to Gwen the other day. I was like, Orange looks like the troublemaker to me. Orange looks like the one that's going to get into everything. Yeah, Gray's done. He's out. He's out. He is very much out. Days, what? Daisy dog. What's going on? Who are you she's laying on the floor at Gwen's feet, just making noise.
It's people outside.
Okay, fair enough. It is people outside. Yeah, they're doing great, and we'll see them regularly for the next couple weeks. I imagine this will be a recurring theme. They're yeah, orange is done. Gray and orange have eaten and pooped and are.
So I'm gonna be taking again.
Who are you taking again? Gray didn't.
Orange.
Yeah, orange apparently ate a bunch just there. Oh, you can see Gray's ears wiggling. He's like, actually, yep, that's the head. There you go. They're really fun to just watch in the box, honestly. This is a good, I don't know, this is more entertaining than most things that happen on this stream, if I'm being honest with myself. Days, do you want to look at the kitties? Daisy girl. No. Yeah, I put the lid on the trash, Days. You can't get into the chicken bones anymore. Oh my. Well, y'all. I think we're gonna raid. I think we're gonna get out of here. And we're going to see another food and drink streamer. We're gonna leave the cats in the box up here. I like that. That's like, that looks kind of cool right there. I appreciate that. Where are we raiding today? We're going to raid Good Enough Kitchen. Good Enough Kitchen is a fellow food and drink streamer. They are just getting underway today. They've been live for about 25 minutes. They're making asparagus soup with fresh herbs and cheddar chive scones. It looks like they have a beautiful blue Lodge Dutch oven on the stove, similar to the one that I stole from Drew. So we're gonna raid over there. I'm gonna hang out for just a few minutes while we finish up here in the kitchen. Get Calvin downstairs to have dinner in a little bit. It's a little early, so we're, taking it easy. We'll be back next week. If I'm looking at the stream schedule for next week, it looks like we are doing Tuesday, Thursday, same as this week. Tuesday, we're going to be doing a larger, like a nice dinner, some sort of nice dinner. Gwen's brother and his friend are going to be in town for a couple days, and they're going to come over and do dinner on Tuesday. So I'm not really sure what that's going to be, but it's going to be something good, something nice. We'll probably also do a recipe test on Tuesday or Thursday. Next week, I need to test at least one recipe. I might have a second one ready to go by then. But that's sort of the agenda. Next week is going to be very similar to this week. We have, Tuesday and Thursday, kind of afternoon into evening. There may be an IRL pop-up somewhere in there, but I am not sure. Thursday we'll do Cookie Club. We'll do the drawing on Tuesday, and we'll do Cookie Club on Thursday. So Liz, thank you for the reminder. All right, that is what we're up to. I hope you all have a really lovely rest of your day, rest of your week. If I don't see you before then, I'll see you in chat. Bye, y'all.